Chapter 22:19. Qin Batian looked at Zhao Dalai and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts. Ancestor, they are all my companions. All these years, they have followed me and never left me. Without them, I wouldn't be who I am today. Especially when I was protecting the great Qin and fighting against the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. They were the ones who fought bravely on the front lines. His name is Zhao Lai, his name is Tang Hai, his name is Cui Li, he is a wolf cub. He grew up with me, and the blood Kirin. He used to be the demon ancestor's subordinate. Later, he turned over to the light and followed me to fight against the demon ancestor. In that battle, he contributed greatly. Qin Feiyang hurriedly began to introduce them. Qin Batian listened to Qin Feiyang's introduction and nodded continuously. His eyes were full of praise. Thank you for protecting the people of the great Qin. Finally, Qin Batian bowed deeply to everyone. Emperor Qin, you can't do this. You are the young master's ancestor. We can't afford to accept this. Zhao Dalai and the others waved their hands, flattered. Qin Batian scanned the beasts and a smile gradually appeared on his face. After that, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Child, in this world, everyone tries to deceive each other and scheme against each other. It's very difficult to find a few true friends or companions, let alone going through life and death with you. You must properly cherish them." Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you again. Qin Batian bowed to Zhao Dalai and the others again. This time, the group of people calmly accepted this big gift. Suddenly, Qin Batian looked at the mermaid princess and said suspiciously, "Your aura is similar to the mermaid emperor. Are you his descendant?" The mermaid princess nodded. White-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and whispered into Qin Batian's ear, "Let me tell you another secret. This little girl and little Qin Zi are a couple. They even have a concentric knot." Concentric knot? Qin Batian stared blankly at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Qin Feiyang didn't mind. However, the mermaid princess lowered her head shyly. "The mermaid emperor and I have lived and died together, and we are as close as brothers. Now our descendants are together again. I have to say, this is really fate." Qin Batian smiled with relief. The mermaid princess blushed and asked, "How is the ancestor now?" The ancestor she was referring to was naturally the first mermaid emperor. "He's fine. Old Black and Old White are still alive and well." Qin Batian nodded. "Old Black? Old White?" The mermaid princess was suspicious. "Ancestor, the Old Black and Old White you mentioned, are they the first black-winged king and white-winged king?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Who else could it be?" Qin Batian said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The first king of the mermaid clan was called Old White and Old Black? It was really a bit surprising. However, this also proved that the relationship between the ancestor and them was really extraordinary. The mermaid princess asked, "Where are they now?" Her eyes were filled with longing and admiration. As a descendant, she naturally wanted to pay homage to the ancestor. Them. They are all cultivating in seclusion. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to see them now. Qin Batian said with a smile. A trace of disappointment appeared in the mermaid princess's eyes. Qin Batian saw it, but he didn't say anything. He looked at Fire Lotus and Hui. "Greetings, Emperor Qin." The two immediately bowed. Qin Batian looked at Fire Lotus and Hui, and a strange color flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Ancestor. She is Fire Lotus, my younger sister. And he is Hui, a friend I met in the northern region. It was Hui who helped us call you." Qin Feiyang said. "Fire Lotus, Hui." Qin Batian murmured and cupped his hands to Hui. "Thank you. Emperor Qin is too polite." Hui chuckled. Qin Batian smiled, looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, and asked curiously, "How do you know each other?" Qin Feiyang said, "In the land of the undead." "The land of the undead?" Qin Batian was stunned. "In fact, before this, I have entered the ancient world twice. But those 2 times were only in the land of the undead. Fire Lotus and I met at that time. At that time, she was just an undead." Qin Feiyang said. An undead? Qin Batian was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. He briefly explained the situation at that time. So that's how it is. Qin Batian nodded in realization, then looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, "So, you have been to the Great Qin?" Fire Lotus nodded. "How do you feel?" Qin Batian asked with a smile. "Not bad." Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Batian couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Ancestor, are you in the Divine Land now or somewhere else?" "That's not something you should care about," Qin Batian said. "Then what should I care about?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. After saying that, Qin Batian looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "Shall we talk alone?" "That's what I was thinking." Mu Tianyang sneered. Qin Batian waved his hand and immediately took Mu Tianyang to the sky hundreds of miles away. "What's the matter that you can't let us know?" The white-eyed wolf was curious. "Who knows?" Qin Feiyang shrugged. In the distance, above the sea, Qin Batian looked at Mu Tianyang and asked, "Do you want to know why I have been staying in the ancient world?" "That's not what I'm concerned about." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. "You should be concerned, because this matter concerns the fate of all living beings in the various continents." Qin Batian said in a low voice. "Is it that serious?" Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Batian said, "It's more serious than what I said." "Is what Dong Xingyang said true?" Mu Tianyang mumbled. "Dong Xingyang?" Qin Batian was suspicious. Mu Tianyang said, "Dong Xingyang is the former guardian Ninglong." "So it's him." Qin Batian was enlightened and said, "In that case, he has already seen the future with the Eye of Destiny." "That's what he said. But I still feel that it's a little mysterious." Mu Tianyang said, "The Eye of Destiny will never be wrong. Even if there's a deviation, it won't be by too much." Qin Batian said, "What are you trying to say?" Mu Tianyang frowned. Qin Batian sighed and said, "What I'm trying to say is, why don't we put aside our personal grudges and face this calamity together?" "Together?" Mu Tianyang was stunned. His face was full of sarcasm. "In the face of this calamity, both of us can't stay out of it alone. We can only have hope if we work together. If you're willing, come with me later. I promise that you'll reach the imperishable realm within 3,000 years." Qin Batian said, "Reach the imperishable realm within 3,000 years?" Mu Tianyang was shocked. "I have the ability now." Qin Batian nodded. He was very domineering. Mu Tianyang was overwhelmed with emotions. Imperishable realm. This was truly a huge temptation. "I really need you. If you really can't let go, I promise you that when the calamity is over, I'll fight with you to the death." Qin Batian said. Mu Tianyang lowered his head and frowned. He was hesitant. Qin Batian didn't rush him. He looked at him silently. But suddenly, Qin Batian's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was purple gold dragon blood. Mu Tianyang raised his head and looked at Qin Batian with bewilderment. In the distance, Qin Feiyang and the others also changed their expressions. A distance of hundreds of miles was nothing to them. They could see clearly. Moreover, they had been paying attention to the two of them, so they saw Qin Batian spit out blood immediately. But Mu Tianyang didn't make a move. Why did he suddenly spit out blood? Qin Feiyang said, "Hui, quickly go over." Hui nodded and led Qin Feiyang and the others to the two of them. "Father," Qin Rushuang's face was full of concern. Qin Batian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head with a wry smile. "I wanted to hide it from you, but I didn't expect that I couldn't control it." "Hide it from us?" Everyone looked at each other. Could it be that he was injured when fighting with the ancestral dragon? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Qin Batian nodded. "How is this possible? Didn't you master the power of law?" Qin Feiyang said in disbelief. "That's true, but the power of law, I'm just a beginner. At this level, it can't be compared with the power of law of a heaven-defying artifact." Qin Batian sighed. "Beginner?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Speaking of the heaven-defying artifact, I want to ask you something. Why is your heaven-defying artifact in the hands of the fire dragon? Qin Badian said, I gave it to it. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was really given to him by the ancestor. He asked, is the fire dragon really your subordinate? Subordinate. Qin Badian was stunned and asked curiously, why do you think so? It said so. Of course, we didn't believe it. Qin Feiyang said, it's not. Back then, I gave it the heaven-defying artifact for a reason. Qin Badian said, what's the reason? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Protect the North region, protect the Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Badian said, protect the North region, protect the Nine Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus and Hui looked at each other, their faces full of suspicion. Back then, in order to protect me, the Nine Heavens Palace was heavily damaged by the dragons. I can't forget this kindness. I was also worried that the dragons would continue to attack the Nine Heavens Palace and harm the innocent people of the North region. So when I left the North region, I left the heaven-defying artifact here. Qin Badian smiled. So that's the case. Then why did it repeatedly try to kill me when it clearly saw that I have the power of the purple gold dragon blood? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Are you sure it tried to kill you? If it really wanted to kill you, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Qin Badian said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Let me tell you. The seal on that heaven-defying artifact has loosened by more than half. If it attacks with all its strength, none of you will be able to survive. It attacked you not because it wanted to kill you, but because it was testing you. Qin Badian smiled. Chapter 2220. Testing me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Although it's a divine artifact, I'm like a brother to it. My descendant is also its descendant. So, it's testing you and also observing you to see how capable you are as a descendant of the Qin clan. Qin Badian smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, then why can the fire dragon control it? It's not control, it's an agreement. Back then, I had an agreement with the fire dragon. The agreement was that I would leave the divine artifact here and occasionally help it, and it would help me keep it a secret. Qin Badian said. Keep it a secret? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. If the dragons knew about this, do you think they would let my divine artifact stay at the entrance of the divine land? Qin Badian asked. Definitely not. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So, I had to persuade the fire dragon to help me keep it a secret. And before I left, I also told the artifact spirit to enter a self-sealing state. In this way, even if the dragons come to the northern region, they won't notice its existence if they don't pay attention. Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, wait, the fire dragon belongs to the dragons, so it's willing to keep it a secret for you? Of course it's not willing. And it's a big crime. If the dragon sovereign finds out, it will definitely die. But it's an ambitious and greedy dragon. It wants to take this opportunity to get close to the artifact spirit and make it slowly submit to it. Because as long as it gets a divine artifact, its status among the dragons will instantly rise by a lot. It might even gain the favor of the dragon sovereign. However, it's too naive. Artifact spirits treat me like brothers, so how could they betray me? Qin Badian said with a smile. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. You are indeed a little naive. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but aren't you afraid that if you can't subdue the artifact spirit, it will become angry and report the matter of the divine artifact to Long Zun? It's actually not a big problem to report it to the revered dragon. Because the artifact spirit can escape at any time. At most, it will be unable to continue protecting the northern region and the Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Badian smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then do you know that your divine artifact has entered the divine land? Qin Badian laughed and said, if it didn't enter the divine land, how would I know that a descendant of mine had come to the ancient world? Qin Feiyang was startled and he said, so, it was that divine weapon that sent you a message after entering the divine land, and that's why you came to save us? In other words, you're in the divine land now? Qin Batian nodded. Then why are you hiding it from me? Qin Feiyang was dissatisfied. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but I think it's still too early for you to know about these things. Qin Batian said. I'm not a child. Qin Feiyang was displeased. Qin Batian smiled faintly and said, In my eyes, you're no different from a child. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he was no longer angry. Father, since it was your divine artifact that informed you, is it with you now? And Mu Tianyang's blood blade and the Grey Castle, where are they? Qin Rushuang asked suspiciously. They're not with me. Previously, I only communicated with the artifact's spirit through the air. As for where they went, I think I should know. Qin Batian said. Where did they go? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. The Divine Land. Qin Batian said. Isn't that nonsense? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Tantai Li suddenly said, Is the ancestral Graygon dead or not? The ancestral Graygon is the most powerful dragons apart from the revered dragon. How can it be killed so easily? It has now returned to the Divine Land. Qin Batian shook his head and sighed. It's not dead? Then aren't we in danger? Qin Feiyang was shocked. You can say that. The ancestral Graygon will definitely report this to the revered dragon. The revered dragon will definitely try to find you when he learns of your existence. However, you don't have to worry too much. Have you taken the elixir I gave you? Qin Batian asked. Qin Feiyang nodded and said in admiration, This elixir is really amazing. It can actually hide the power of my bloodline. Qin Batian said with a smile, This is the elixir that I spent decades researching. In today's world, I am the only one who can refine it. You researched it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was actually someone who could create a new elixir recipe. Back then, when my bloodline power was exposed, I had to face the pursuit of the dragons every day. At that time, I wondered if there was a kind of elixir in the world that could change the bloodline power. Later, I searched all over the ancient world but couldn't find such an elixir. In the end, I simply researched it myself. After decades of seclusion, I finally researched it. Thanks to this elixir, I was able to escape the eyes and ears of the dragons and escape their pursuit. Qin Batian said with a smile. Qin Feiyang asked, Then, how can the bloodline power be restored in the future? You also need a kind of elixir. But I won't give you the elixir now. When you step into the eternal realm and enter the Divine Land, I will give it to you. Qin Batian said. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Then can you give me the recipes of these two elixirs? Qin Batian rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang said with grievance, In order to find you, I have traveled thousands of miles and experienced countless hardships. Now, I just want 2 elixir recipes. It's not too much. Qin Batian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He said, Okay, when you enter the Divine Land, I will give you the recipes. Can't you do it now? Qin Feiyang looked at him pitifully. Qin Batian shook his head. There was no room for negotiation. In fact, Qin Feiyang was not doing it for himself, but for Dan Wangkai. Because for Dan Wangkai, a brand new elixir recipe was more attractive than a divine elixir. Back to the point. I'm afraid it won't be long before the dragons come to the northern region. Although your bloodline power has been concealed now, you must remember not to act on impulse when you meet the dragons. That is to say, avoid them if you can. Qin Batian looked at Qin Feiyang and reminded him. Tantai Li said suspiciously, Batian, you are so strong now. Why don't you keep him by your side? I want to. But my situation in the Divine Land is not as optimistic as you think. All these years, if it weren't for the Tianyu Divine Stone that the Master of the Ninth Heaven Palace gave me, I would have become a pile of bones. Qin Batian sighed. Heard about it. Everyone's heart sank. They never thought that Qin Baishan's situation in the Divine Land would be so bad. Although I do have the ability to protect him now, it won't do him any good. Because I always believe that people need to be sharpened. No matter how talented a person is, if he stays in a carefree environment for a long time, he will be crippled sooner or later. I don't want the descendant of Qin Badian to become such a cripple. Qin Badian said. Qin Rushuang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It seems that father has high hopes for you. I can't help it. I'm just that outstanding." Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. Qin Rushuang's face darkened, and she said angrily, "Do you believe that I won't slap you?" He was not modest at all. Qin Badian said again, "But except for Qin Feiyang, Hui, and Fire Lotus, the others can follow me to the divine land." What? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said angrily, "Ancestor, this is not fair. Why can everyone go but I can't?" "Because your surname is Qin." Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang's expression froze. For a moment he could not find a reason to refute. "Don't look reluctant. I don't want you to go to the divine land because I have a task for you," Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Qin Badian asked, "Who else entered the ancient world this time besides you?" "Many. There's Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, Dong Xingyang, the demon ancestor, and the demonic dragon," Qin Feiyang said one by one. Qin Badian asked, "Who has activated the heaven-defying fighting soul?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, Dong Xingyang and the demon ancestor." "Go and find them. You don't have to guarantee their safety. When you break through to the eternal realm, take them to the divine land." Qin Badian said. "Find them?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes, you have to find them." Qin Badian nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I can't find them. As for the reason, you can ask Mu Tianyang." Qin Badian looked at Mu Tianyang suspiciously. Mu Tianyang said indifferently, "When they entered the ancient world, they were taken away by a mysterious force." "Mysterious force?" Qin Baishan's eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Ancestor, do you know something?" Qin Badian smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "If they are not in the northern region, then they must be in Dongling, Western Desert, or Southern Wilderness." Dongling, Western Desert, or Southern Wilderness. Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Badian smiled and said, "Although these three regions are far from the northern region, I believe that you have the ability to go there." "You think too highly of me." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Qin Badian glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "Now decide who is willing to go with me." Tan Tai Li and Qin Rushuang were the first to go to Qin Badian. It was not easy to be reunited. Of course, they did not want to be separated from Qin Badian again. "I'll go too." Mu Tianyang pondered for a moment and sighed. "Thank you." Qin Badian smiled gratefully. "I'm not doing this for you, nor for the so-called common people. I'm doing this for myself." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. "As long as you're happy." Qin Badian smiled. "What about us?" Zhao Hai, Lei Bao, and the other beasts looked at each other. "Nonsense. We're brothers. How can we leave little Qin Zi behind?" White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. "But I really want to go to the divine land." Lei Bao muttered. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Have you forgotten who gave you all this? Let me tell you, don't be ungrateful." White-Eyed Wolf glared at him. "Big Brother Wolf, you're being too serious. How can I forget the young master's kindness to me? Let's talk about it later. I'm going to the divine land with the young master's ancestor. We're family. This is not betrayal." Lei Bao complained unhappily. Chapter 22-21. "You're still twisting words." The White-Eyed Wolf was furious. "I'm not twisting words. It's the truth." Lei Bao grumbled. The White-Eyed Wolf glared at Lei Bao and said, Fine, whatever. I won't go anyway." "All right. Go, all of you," Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Young Master, Zhao Hai, Lei Bao, and the other beasts all looked at Qin Feiyang. "Our ancestors are stronger than me and have more resources than me. Going to the divine land with them will only be beneficial to you. Don't feel sorry for me. When you followed me, I told you that I wouldn't restrict your freedom. We'll talk about it later. I'm more than happy that our ancestors can teach you personally. How can I be angry? But you must remember, you must work hard to cultivate. Don't wait until I enter the divine prefecture. And if your cultivation is still the same as mine, or even weaker than mine, then I won't let you off. Qin Feiyang said. I promise I'll surpass you. Not only will I surpass you, but I'll also leave you in the dust. Zhao Tailai and the others roared. That had better be the case. Qin Feiyang smiled, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and the mermaid princess, and said, You two go to the divine land too. I'm not going. The ingrate turned her head away in a fit of pique. I'm not going either. The mermaid princess hesitated and shook her head. Qin Feiyang asked, Don't you want to see the first mermaid emperor and the others? But I want to be with you more. The mermaid princess said. The dragons are going to hunt me down. You'll be in more danger if you follow me. Be a good girl and go to the divine land with our ancestors. I promise you, I'll come back alive. Qin Feiyang stroked the mermaid princess's cheek and smiled. The mermaid princess was at a loss for words. Don't worry about him. He's just like a loach. If the dragons want to kill him, they won't be able to in their next life. Qin Rushuang held the mermaid princess' hand and said with a smile. All right. The mermaid princess nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang as she said, Then you have to promise me that you'll find me alive because you haven't married me yet. I swear in the name of my ancestors. Qin Feiyang said. Cough cough. When Qin Batian heard this, he choked on his saliva on the spot. What did this have to do with him? Why did she have to swear in his name? Sorry, it's just a habit, Qin Feiyang said with an embarrassed smile. In the past, he often swore in the name of his ancestors. It had already become a habit, so he blurted it out without even thinking. Qin Batian looked at him helplessly. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and turned to the white-eyed wolf, saying, White-eyed wolf, are you really not going? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. All right. To be honest, if we all go to the divine land, I'll be lonely. We can keep each other company. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Blood Kirin laughed and said, Young master, don't be like this. We're only separated temporarily. That's right. No matter where we are, no matter how long it's been, we'll always be your most loyal subordinates. Cui Li said. Also, we didn't take the green phoenix sword and the giant scythe. They're now in the castle. These two relics are legendary relics. Now that the Grey Castle has gone to the Divine Land, keeping these two relics will be of great help to you. As for the other pinnacle relics and spells, you won't be able to use them, so we took them all. Tang Hai said. Also, the herbs we've collected over the past few years are all in this interspatial ring. Keep them well. As for the soul stones, divine gems, and precious elixirs, such as the potential pill, the great creation pill, and the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, put them next to the iron box on the altar like before. Dan Wangkai carefully instructed, then took off the interspatial ring on his index finger and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Are you making arrangements for your death? Qin Feiyang took the interspatial ring and looked at Dan Wangkai speechlessly. You've never cared about these things. I'm just worried that you don't know. Dan Wangkai said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and waved his hand, saying, all right, don't miss me too much. Hui Fire Lotus, White-Eyed Wolf, let's go. To be honest, he was still a little reluctant to part with them. However, for everyone's sake, it was necessary to separate. Then we'll meet again. Fire Lotus and Hui looked at each other, then cupped their hands towards Qin Batian and said. Qin Batian nodded. Let's meet again. The two of them said something to the mermaid princess and the others, then left with Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf. Before the White-Eyed Wolf left, he didn't forget to glare at Zhao Tailai and the others. It seems that Brother Wolf will hate us for the rest of his life. The Golden Divine Leopard smiled bitterly. That's his personality. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After a while, he'll be fine. Willow Tree shook his head and laughed. Yu Huang, Zhao Tailai and the others also nodded. Feiyang, wait. Suddenly, Qin Batian seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Qin Feiyang and called out. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at Qin Batian suspiciously. I'll give you the Heavenly Domain Divine Stone. Qin Batian said. Heavenly Domain Divine Stone? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and laughed. No need, I already have one, you can keep it for yourself. Qin Badian was stunned, looking at Tantai Li and the others. He asked suspiciously, how did he get the heavenly domain divine stone? Elder Yun gave it to him. Elder Yun, you should be familiar with it. Tantai Li said. Elder Yun. Qin Badian muttered, a smile gradually creeping onto his face. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying godly aura surged in the air. Qin Badian frowned and looked towards the depths of the sea. This aura, it's the aura of the dragon ancestor. Mermaid Princess and the others also changed their expressions. Qin Feiyang and the other two and White-Eyed Wolf also immediately stopped in the air and turned their heads to look towards the depths of the sea. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Qin Badian whispered. Boom! After the ancestral dragon's aura appeared, more auras continued to emerge. In the end, apart from the ancestral dragon, a total of 10 auras appeared. Although these 10 auras were not as strong as the ancestral dragon, they were not any weaker than the fire dragon. Hui Yi said in a deep voice, it seems that our north region is about to be in chaos. Fire Lotus also had a worried look on her face. Qin Badian. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon's voice rang out like a clap of thunder, shaking the clouds. Qin Badian's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force emerged, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang and the other two and the White-Eyed Wolf. Swish. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang and the other two and the White-Eyed Wolf disappeared without a trace. Old friend, I don't have time to accompany you now, we'll meet again if fate allows. Qin Badian looked towards the depths of the sea, smiled faintly, and then disappeared without a trace with Tantai Li and the others. In just a few breaths, 11 figures descended in the sky above the sea. The one in the lead was the burly man that the ancestral dragon had transformed into. The 10 people behind him had also transformed into their human forms. They were all middle-aged and had cold expressions. Their auras were earth-shattering, and the void within tens of thousands of miles was trembling. He's really fast to escape. One of them scanned the empty sea and said coldly, if he doesn't escape, is he waiting for death? What we should be most concerned about now is to find Qin Feiyang as soon as possible. Another person said. The burly man scanned the void and frowned. I seem to be able to sense Qin Feiyang's aura. You can sense it? That can't be right. Didn't you say not long ago that Qin Feiyang had already been sent away by Qin Badian when you guys were fighting? The 10 people looked at the burly man suspiciously. There were indeed many people's auras in the void here, but because they had not seen Qin Feiyang with their own eyes, they could not determine whether it was true or not. It can't be wrong, except for Qin Feiyang and his companions. Could it be that Qin Badian didn't send them away at that time? If that's the case, has Qin Feiyang followed Qin Badian into the divine land now? The ancestral dragon frowned. When we came out just now, the entrance had been completely sealed. Can Qin Badian still enter the divine land? Someone asked suspiciously. Not before, but now he can. Because he has comprehended the law of space and time. The ancestral dragon said in a deep voice. What? He has comprehended the law of space? Does revered dragon know about this? The 10 people were shocked. The ancestral dragon said, I've already reported it to revered dragon. One of them asked, what did revered dragon say? What else could he say? He just said to find him as soon as possible and kill him in the cradle. The ancestral dragon shook his head. When the 10 of them heard this, their faces were filled with helplessness. If it was so easy to kill, how could Qin Badian live until now? Don't worry about Qin Badian for now. First of all, we have to confirm whether Qin Feiyang is in the north region now. You guys investigate the north region immediately. In addition, we can't let go of Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness, especially the forbidden areas. The first step is to start with the North Sea. The ancestral dragon shouted. The 10 people responded respectfully and spread out, releasing their divine senses to conduct a carpet search of the Sky Dragon Sea. At the same time, above Turtle King Island, 3 people and 1 wolf stood in the void, looking at the end of the sea. That's right. They were Qin Feiyang, Hui Yi, Fire Lotus, and the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "White-eyed wolf, now it's just the two of us left to rely on each other." They were redundant in the first place. The white-eyed wolf said indifferently, "Enough. They're not really going to betray us, is there a need to do this?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "Anyway, I'm just unhappy." The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Hui rolled his eyes at the white-eyed wolf and said, "When are you still in the mood to talk about this? Hurry up and think about how to deal with the dragon's pursuit." "Actually, there's no need to worry. Because the dragons don't know where the ancestors sent us, so they will definitely search the Sky Dragon Sea first. In other words, there's still some time before they really arrive in the North region. Besides, even if they find us, what can they do? I have the Heavenly Domain Divine Stone, and the power of bloodline has disappeared. When the time comes, as long as I change my appearance, even if I stand in front of them, they won't know it's me." Qin Feiyang said. "I know you'll be fine, but I'm worried that it will implicate Jiutian Palace," Hui said in a deep voice. Chapter 22-22. 9 Heavens Palace, Qin Feiyang muttered. "Although you hid your identity in 9 Heavens Palace, your appearance didn't change at all. When the dragons descend, they will know that you were once a disciple of my 9 Heavens Palace." Hui said, "But in the past, no one knew my identity. And now, I have left 9 Heavens Palace. The dragons shouldn't make things difficult for 9 Heavens Palace, right?" Qin Feiyang said. "It's hard to say. After all, our 9 Heavens Palace once protected your ancestor, which made the dragons very unhappy. Now you have appeared again, and you were once a disciple of my 9 Heavens Palace. I'm worried that the dragons might use this as a pretext to make a fuss." Hui sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned. Hui Yi's worry wasn't without reason. Fire Lotus suddenly said, "It might not be too late to remedy it now." Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi looked at her. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Arrest you and hunt you down." "Arrest me? Hunt me down?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "If 9 Heavens Palace protects you at this time, it will naturally anger the dragons. But if they arrest you and hunt you down, it will be the same as the dragons. When I think about it, the dragons shouldn't make things difficult for 9 Heavens Palace." Fire Lotus said. "Good idea." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. "And the bigger the trouble, the better. It's best if you do something that angers both men and gods. Then it will be realistic." Fire Lotus smiled. "Angers both men and gods," Qin Feiyang murmured. "How about this? Isn't there a level 5 soul vein under each of the 10 great saint peaks? We'll find a chance to snatch all of them. This way, 9 Heavens Palace will have a reason to arrest you and hunt you down." Fire Lotus said. "What the hell? Is it that crazy?" Hui Yi was stunned as he looked at the Fire Lotus. "What else?" Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang said, "That's a good idea, but I've already left the 9 Heavens Palace, so I can't pass the heavenly stairway." Fire Lotus pursed her lips and smiled. "Isn't Hui Yi still in 9 Heaven Palace?" Hui Yi pointed at his nose, a look of astonishment on his face. Then he said with dissatisfaction, "Fire Lotus, you're being a bit unreasonable. You actually want to drag me down with you? Do you still need me to drag things out? Back then, in the deepest depths, the ancestral dragons saw you. In other words, the dragons already know that you're our accomplice. Do you think you can still stay in Empyrean Palace?" Fire Lotus mocked. Hui Yi looked at the Fire Lotus in shock. That seemed to be the case. He reckoned that in the eyes of the dragons, he was also one of the targets to be hunted down. Fire Lotus smiled. "There's no time to lose. Go back to Empyrean Palace and snatch the vein of soul." Hui Yi was depressed. How did he unknowingly get on their pirate ship? "You can't blame us for being unreasonable. You were the one who wanted to follow us to Sky Dragon Sea." White-eyed Wolf looked at him with schadenfreude. All right. I asked for it." Hui rubbed his forehead helplessly. He was really looking for trouble. Looking at Hui Yi's bitter face, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Then he turned to the white-eyed wolf and fire lotus, saying, "You two go to the castle first." The man and wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the man and wolf immediately disappeared. Then he patted Hui Yi's shoulder and smiled, "Let's go." "Can you not smile so happily?" Hui Yi was extremely annoyed. But it was a fact, and it was useless to complain now. Because the dragons would not listen to his explanation, nor would they believe his explanation. Hui Yi helplessly followed Qin Feiyang and flew in the direction of Sky Dragon Mountain Range. However, when they passed by a small island, the two of them were startled. In the center of the small island, there was a lonely mountain peak that was about a few hundred feet high. The island was also filled with rocks and was completely bare. On the peak of the mountain, an old man and a strong middle-aged man were sitting opposite each other. Both of them had their eyes closed, as if they were meditating. The old man was full of wrinkles and had white hair. Next to him was a walking stick. The middle-aged man was about 7 feet tall and was quite thin. His thick black hair was casually draped over his shoulder, and there was a gloomy aura between his eyebrows. Deputy Pavilion Master? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The old man was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. Wu Changtian? At the same time, Hui Yi whispered, looking at the middle-aged man, his brows tightly knitted together. Wu Changtian? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and looked at Hui Yi suspiciously. Shua. The Deputy Pavilion Master and Wu Changtian also sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and opened their eyes at the same time. Boom. Suddenly, a monstrous aura erupted from Wu Changtian's body and rolled towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why did he attack him the moment they met? Was there a grudge? But he did not remember offending a person called Wu Changtian before. Moreover, he was sure that this was the first time he had met this person. Hui Yi frowned and shouted, "Wu Chang, what are you doing?" Wu Changtian was silent as he stared at Qin Feiyang, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Shua. Seeing that the aura was about to drown Qin Feiyang, the Deputy Pavilion Master grabbed his walking stick and waved it gently. A formless aura surged out from his body. Wu Changtian's aura immediately dissipated in the air. Wu Changtian immediately looked at the Deputy Pavilion Master and shouted, "Do you really want to go against my 9-Heaven Palace?" 9-Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. So this person was from the 9-Heaven Palace. In the entire northern region, who dares to go against your 9-Heaven Palace? This old man is just repaying his debt of gratitude. After all, it was little brother Jiang who cleared this old man's name. The Deputy Pavilion Master laughed. Wu Changtian's face was gloomy. Qin Feiyang landed beside the Deputy Pavilion Master, looked at Wu Changtian suspiciously, and asked in a low voice, "Old Senior, what exactly is going on?" Hui Yi was also puzzled. "This matter, we have to start from half a year ago when you entered the Sky Dragon Sea," the Deputy Pavilion Master said. Half a year ago? Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled. What happened half a year ago? Half a year ago, little Chiu suddenly received news that Wu Changtian was ordered by the Great Elder to go to the Sky Dragon Sea to hunt you down. At that time, little Chiu found me and asked me to stop Wu Chang'an. At first, I didn't believe it. After all, you've done so much for the 9-Heaven Palace. How could the Great Elder repay your kindness with ingratitude? But in the end, when I stopped Wu Chang'an, I found out that he was really going to hunt you down. Then I accompanied him here until now. The Deputy Pavilion Master laughed. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and bowed. "Thank you, old senior." The Deputy Pavilion Master said, "If you want to thank someone, thank little Chiu." Shangguan Chiu, Qin Feiyang mumbled, then shook his head and sighed. He looked at Wu Chang'an and said, "Does the Great Elder hate me that much?" "The Great Elder doesn't hate you, but your ancestor." Wu Changtian's eyes flickered coldly. Qin Feiyang said, "So, the Great Elder wants me to repay this debt?" "That's right." Wu Changtian nodded. "Aren't you messing around? I've already told the Great Elder about Master's order." Hui Yi said angrily. "Although you're the Deputy Pavilion Master's disciple, you'd better not interfere in this matter." Wu Changtian said with a gloomy face. You, Hui glared at him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stopped Hui. He looked at Wu Changdan and said, All right, I'll accompany you to the Nine Heaven Palace and talk to the Great Elder face to face. The Deputy Pavilion Master's face changed when he heard this. He hurriedly said, Young friend, thank you for your concern, old senior. But from now on, I hope that the Treasure Pavilion won't have anything to do with me. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? The Deputy Pavilion Master was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What I mean is that we'll cut off all ties. Qin Feiyang said coldly and looked at Wu Chang'an. Let's go. With that, he ignored the Deputy Pavilion Master and soared into the sky, leaving without looking back. Hui Yi scratched his head and chased after Qin Feiyang with a confused look. Wu Changtian was also shocked. He was willing to follow him to the Nine Heaven Palace? He even wanted to cut off all ties with the Treasure Pavilion? What was going on? The Deputy Pavilion Master frowned. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel uncomfortable in the face of such a situation. Let alone the Deputy Pavilion Master. For the sake of helping Qin Feiyang, he had wasted half a year here with Wu Changtian. Yet, what he received in return was actually this sort of attitude. Although he was indebted to him, he couldn't be so presumptuous. Did you see that? You've been helping him, but he might not appreciate it. Maybe he thinks that you're meddling in other people's business. Wu Changtian looked at the Deputy Pavilion Master and sneered. He then turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang. Am I really meddling in other people's business? The Deputy Pavilion Master murmured. After Hui Yi caught up with Qin Feiyang, he transmitted his voice. Brother Qin, how can you treat the Deputy Pavilion Master like this? Don't you understand? The Deputy Pavilion Master already knows my identity. If he continues to help me, he and the Treasure Pavilion will definitely be attacked by the dragons in the future. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Hui Yi was stunned for a moment, then said in realization, So you did it on purpose. Now, only by falling out with the Treasure Pavilion will the Treasure Pavilion not be implicated by me. Qin Feiyang said. Then you don't have to pretend to be an ungrateful person. You can tell the Deputy Pavilion Master the truth and ask him to keep a distance from you in the future. Hui Yi said inwardly. That's not true. If it's not true, it might be exposed, so it's better to be straightforward. I really don't want those who helped me to be dragged down by me. Qin Feiyang sighed. You really put in a lot of effort. But I don't think Shangguan Qiu will give up on you so easily. It's hard for a woman to remain calm in the face of love. She can do anything. Hui Yi said worriedly. I'm also worried about this problem. It seems that not only do we have to go to the Empyrean Palace, but we also have to go to the Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Do as you wish. But I'm a little puzzled. Look at you, there's nothing outstanding about you. How did Shangguan Qiu fall in love with you? Hui Yi frowned. I can't figure it out either. Could it be that I was born with a kind of charm that attracts women? And even I didn't notice this charm? Qin Feiyang muttered. You're really narcissistic. Hui Yi was speechless when he heard this. Chapter 22-23. At the bottom of the stairway. The white-haired old man was still the same as before, sitting cross-legged on the ground like a stone statue, guarding the stairway. The disciples coming in and out, but none of them caught his attention. Swish. 3 figures descended from the sky onto the mountain peak. It was Qin Feiyang, Hui Yi, and Wu Changtian. Jianghu. The disciples coming and going immediately stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang. Didn't this person leave Nine Heaven Palace? Why did he come back? Qin Feiyang's true identity was only known by a few people. For example, Shangguan Fenglan, Shangguan Qiu, First Elder, Vice Pavilion Master, even the Second Elder and the other big shots didn't know. Move aside. Wu Changtian looked at the disciples on the stairway and shouted. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he also from Nine Heaven Palace? But why isn't he wearing our Nine Heaven Palace's uniform? The disciples looked at Wu Changtian suspiciously. Wu Changtian's aura was very strong, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat to the side. Let's go. Wu Changtian looked at Qin Feiyang and said coldly. Qin Feiyang laughed. We're already here. Do you think I'll run away? Don't talk nonsense. Wu Changtian frowned. Fine. Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped onto the stairway. However, unexpectedly, the stairway didn't react at all. It was very calm. What's going on? There was no warning? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui was also surprised. Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, How could I forget that the master of the stairway is my master? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Do you still remember that every disciple has to drip a drop of blood on the stairway before entering Nine Heaven Palace? Hui said. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the blood is absorbed by the stairway, only my master can remove it. And my master has never returned to Nine Heaven Palace, so your blood is still in the stairway. That's why the stairway didn't alert you. Hui laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, So, I'm still considered a member of the Nine Heavens Palace? Hui nodded. Alright. When your master returns, remember to ask him to erase it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then he looked up and walked up the stairway to heaven. What? Jianghu came to Nine Heavens Palace? Lotus Lake. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly stood up and looked at Wang Yun, who was standing respectfully in front of her. Her face was full of surprise. It's not just Jianghu. There's also Hui. Wu Changtian is here too. Wang Yun said. How could this be? Didn't you say that the Vice Pavilion Master has personally gone to stop Wu Changtian? Shangguan Fenglan muttered to herself. The Vice Pavilion Master was stronger than Wu Changtian, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have failed. What was going on? Hall Master, Jianghu has already been captured. I think it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Wang Yun said. You don't understand. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. When Wang Yun heard this, a trace of suspicion appeared in her eyes. Was there something else? Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a moment and asked, Is Hui here too? Wang Yun nodded. If Hui is here, there shouldn't be a problem. Shangguan Fenglan muttered, then shook her head and muttered, No, I have to go and see for myself. After saying this, she rushed out of the pavilion. Oh Master, calm down. You will completely anger the First Elder. Wang Yun hurriedly chased after her. Jianghu? He has already left Nine Heavens Palace. Why is he still here? Could it be that he can't survive outside, so he shamelessly came back? The moment Qin Feiyang entered Nine Heavens Palace, the entire Nine Heavens Palace was in an uproar. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already arrived in the sky above the inner court, and they could clearly see the 10 Saint Peaks. Wu Changdan had been monitoring Qin Feiyang the entire time, not daring to let his guard down. Are you really going to meet the First Elder? Hui secretly asked. Why would I run to meet him for no reason? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Then why did you come to Nine Heavens Palace? Hui was suspicious. Of course it's to snatch the soul vein. Although the initial plan was to let you come, if I can do it personally, Nine Heavens Palace will definitely hate me even more. Qin Feiyang said. Truly a lunatic who isn't afraid of death. Hui glared at him. Don't I have you? What am I afraid of? Are you ready? Qin Feiyang secretly said. I can make my move anytime. Hui secretly laughed. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Changtian, his eyes flashing as he took out the divine moon jade pendant. He couldn't see through Wu Changtian's strength, but judging from the aura he emitted, he had already surpassed the Paragon God realm. In other words, Wu Changtian was a Nine Heavens realm expert. Against a Nine Heavens realm expert, the hidden soul stone was useless. Therefore, he needed the heavenly domain God stone. And the divine moon jade pendant that Elder Yun gave him was made of heavenly domain divine stone. Taking out the divine moon jade pendant, Qin Feiyang grabbed half of it and glanced at Hui, saying, Hurry up and grab the other half. Why do I feel like a thief? Hui muttered. I am a thief to begin with. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Hui smiled bitterly and glanced at Wu Changtian, reaching out to grab the other half of the divine moon jade pendant. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art. Swish. At that moment, the two living people disappeared from Wu Zhangqian's sight. Wu Changtan hurriedly stopped, his divine sense rolled out, and his expression froze. No one? No spatial divine item? This? He looked around at the void, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The disciples below also looked at the place where Qin Feiyang and Hui disappeared in astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the Saint Peak. Wu Changtian quivered and hurriedly looked over. The crowd of disciples also cast their gazes over, and immediately turned pale with fright. The 10 Saint Peaks rose from the ground on their own. What's going on? The disciples of the Saint Peaks all ran out, and when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. In the next moment, the ground cracked, and ravines appeared everywhere. 10 dragon-like spirit veins quickly broke out of the ground. What the hell happened? Not only did the 10 Saint Peaks rise from the ground, but even the 10 spirit veins ran out on their own? Everyone was bewildered. Swish! Before they could react, the 10 spirit veins disappeared into thin air. Countless disciples fell into a daze. Even Wu Changtian was dumbfounded. Wait, could it be them? Suddenly, Wu Changtan shuddered and immediately burned with anger, roaring to the sky, "Damn it!" Boom! A monstrous aura erupted, rolling towards the place where the 10 Saint Peaks were. At the same time, the 10 Saint Peaks that were suspended in the air seemed to have lost their balance and crashed down. The powerful impact caused the ground to shake violently. The 10 Saint Peaks also broke into pieces on the spot, crazily collapsing. The disciples looked at each other. The Saint Peaks were destroyed just like that? Wu Changtian, thank you for bringing us into Jiutian Palace, see you next time. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. Wu Changtian suddenly turned around and glanced at the void above the outer sect. His face was filled with disbelief. The voice came from above the outer sect? Isn't that Qin Feiyang's voice? Wasn't he still here just now? How did he run to the outer sect so quickly? The disciples were also shocked. And this was what made Wu Changtian feel incredulous. How could a half-step divine lord and a perfect battle god be so fast? Tell the great elder, I'll take these 10 spirit veins without hesitation, and don't trouble me in the future, otherwise there will be more fun waiting for you. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. This time, it was close to the sky stairway. So, he came to Jiutian Palace to snatch the spirit veins under the Saint Peaks. This guy is too daring. The disciples of Jiutian Palace heard Qin Feiyang's words and their jaws almost fell off. Damn it! None of you can escape. Old Wei, seal the sky stairway. Wu Changtian was furious as he chased after them crazily. So they were using him to sneak into Jiutian Palace to snatch the spirit veins. How dare they scheme against him? They can't be forgiven. What's going on? A woman in a light purple dress descended above the Saint Peak. Looking at the destroyed Saint Peak, her expression immediately turned sluggish. This person was Shengguan Fenglun. Wang Yun followed behind her and saw the current state of the Saint Peaks. Her jaw dropped. Palace Master, it's Jiang Haoyan and Hui. Not only did they destroy the 10 Saint Peaks, they also snatched the spirit veins. Now they have escaped to the sky stairway. These two have no respect for the law. Palace Master, we must catch them and punish them severely. The disciples of the Saint Peaks roared angrily. This was their cave residence that was destroyed. How could they not be angry? Snatched the spirit veins. Shengguan Fenglun was stunned. Following that, in his heart, a flame of fury was ignited. What nonsense! With a shout, she teleported and rushed toward the sky stairway. Back to Qin Feiyang and Hui. At this moment, the two of them were rushing down the sky stairway. How's my speed? Hui was not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled proudly at Qin Feiyang. Amazing! Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up. This guy's speed was many times faster than Wu Zhangqian's. He even suspected that Hui was a powerhouse at the imperishable realm. Hui chuckled and said, snatching 10 spirit veins at once, the great elder will definitely be angered to death this time. If he really is angered to death, to be honest, I won't sympathize at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it was someone else, such as Shangguan Fenglan, he would naturally treat it differently. But he really didn't dare to compliment the great elder. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened as he looked at the bottom of the sky stairway. The white-haired old man had already stood up and stood in front of the sky stairway. His terrifying aura was like a huge wave, crazily surging. And in front of him, there was a divine barrier that blocked the entrance of the sky stairway. It's over, it's over. I forgot that there was this old man. Hui Yi's face also changed color. Although they were still invisible and still holding the divine moon jade pendant in their hands, it was not a simple matter to pass through the divine barrier. Moreover, once they passed through the divine barrier, their whereabouts would be exposed. Chapter 22-24. At the same time, the white-haired old man scanned the heaven stairway with a rare cold light in his eyes. Although he could not see Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi, nor could he capture their auras, he could faintly feel that the two of them were rushing towards him. Qin Feiyang thought, "Can we break through?" Hui Yi sent a sound transmission. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Nonsense. Of course it's the truth." Qin Feiyang stared at him angrily. Hui Yi thought, "The truth is, this old man is even stronger than the great elder." Stronger than the great elder? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He knew that this old man's strength was definitely not ordinary, but he never thought that he would be strong to this extent. Hui Yi sighed, "Be prepared to fight." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. It seemed like he could only take the risk. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were almost at the entrance of the heaven stairway. "Elder Wei, move aside." But suddenly, a dignified voice rang out in the white-haired old man's mind. The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, and then a trace of respect appeared on his face. Following that, with a wave of his hand, the divine barrier disappeared. Seeing this sudden scene, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were both stunned. Why did the divine barrier suddenly disappear? What was going on? But now they couldn't care less. The two of them rushed down the heaven stairway and flew past the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man acted as if he really didn't see them and let them leave. The white-haired old man sighed secretly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes again. Not long later, Wu Chang'an chased after him, glancing at the empty space, frowned. "Elder Wei, where are they?" "I don't know." The white-haired old man shook his head. "You don't know?" Wu Chang'an was stunned and immediately roared in exasperation, "Didn't I tell you to seal the heaven stairway?" Swish! The white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes, two cold lights bursting out of them. Wu Changtian's eyes trembled and he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now, please forgive me." The white-haired old man did not say anything and closed his eyes again. Wu Changtian heaved a long sigh. His back was already dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, another woman flew down from the stairway to heaven. It was Shangguan Fenglan. "Where is he?" Shangguan Fenglan asked Wu Changtian. "Ask your master." Wu Changtian replied with a helpless look on his face. "Master?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. She turned to look at the white-haired old man, but before she could speak, a bitter smile appeared on her face. She knew the old man's character too well. If he refused to speak, even the first elder wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Boom! Whoever wants to come will come. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the great elder walked down the stairway step by step. "Not good." Shangguan Fenglan muttered. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi's actions had clearly enraged the great elder. "Greetings, grand elder." When the great elder walked down the stairway to heaven, Shangguan Fenglan and Wu Changtian immediately bowed. But the great elder did not care about the two of them. He looked at the white-haired old man and said angrily, "Old fart Wei, what are you trying to do?" "What do you mean, what am I trying to do?" The white-haired old man opened his eyes and looked at the great elder suspiciously. "When I opened my eye of heavenly constellation, I saw with my own eyes that you removed the seal. Why did you let them go?" The great elder shouted. The white-haired old man said indifferently, Hui is the disciple of the Vice Palace Master. I don't dare to make things difficult for him. In the past, you even dared to teach the Vice Palace Master a lesson. Now you're telling me that you don't dare to make things difficult for his disciple? Do you think I'm an idiot? The great elder was furious. I don't want to argue with you. This is the truth. Believe it or not. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. You're an old bastard. The great elder was about to go crazy. But the white-haired old man acted as if he did not hear anything. Great elder, please calm down. The most important thing now is to find them as soon as possible. Shangguan Fenglan comforted him. Find them? The northern region is so big, and they're all cunning old foxes. Where are we going to find them? As long as they escape from the Nine-Heaven Palace, we won't be able to find them. The great elder blew his beard and glared at the white-haired old man. Even if we can't find them, we still have to find them. Otherwise, our Nine-Heaven Palace will really become a joke this time. Wu Changtian sighed. Destroying the Saint Peak and snatching the soul vein would be a great humiliation to the Nine-Heaven Palace. Let me see if they're in the Sky Dragon Mountain range. The great elder said gloomily. He waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. The scene in the image kept flashing. The great elder, Shangguan Fenglan, and Wu Changtian all stared at the image. A moment later, the great elder sighed and said, Seems like they've left the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Wu Changtian frowned and looked at the great elder. Great elder, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak. The great elder said. I'm starting to doubt Hui Yi's identity. If he's really the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, why would he follow Qin Feiyang and mess around like this? Wu Changtian said. Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly said, Wu Chengmen, you can't say such things, the Palace Master token can't be forged. The Palace Master token can't be forged, but we can't rule out the possibility that the Vice Palace Master lost the Palace Master token and was accidentally picked up by Hui. Wu Changtian said. This, Shangguan Fenglan frowned her beautiful brows. Don't doubt Hui Yi's identity. Suddenly, the white-haired old man said. The three of them looked at the white-haired old man. Master, if you really know something, can you not hide it from us? Shangguan Fenglan said. I don't know. The white-haired old man shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he didn't open his eyes. You old bastard, are you forcing me to be rough? The great elder was furious in his heart. Not saying anything halfway, wasn't it obvious that he was keeping him in suspense? But the white-haired old man turned a deaf ear and didn't say another word. The great elder clenched his fists tightly. Great elder, calm down, calm down. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly smiled and comforted him. Even if Hui Yi is the Vice Palace Master's disciple, we can't let him off easily this time. Immediately give the order, put up a bounty of 2 legendary level artifacts, arrest them. The great elder shouted. What? 2 legendary level artifacts. Great elder, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Shangguan Fenglan was shocked and hurriedly said. Do as this old man says. The great elder said angrily. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes trembled as she bowed and replied. In addition, announce to the public that Hui Yi has officially been expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace. The great elder said. All right. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. At the same time, Sky Dragon City. Have you heard, after half a year, Jianghu appeared again? Yes. My cousin just sent me a message, talking about Jianghu. Your cousin? I remember, he seems to be an inner disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace? Yes. Then what did your cousin say? My cousin said that after Jianghu and Hui entered the Nine Heavens Palace, they destroyed the Saint Mountain without saying a word and even snatched 10 5th-level soul veins. What? Destroyed the Saint Mountain? Snatched the soul veins? These two guys are too crazy. Those are the soul veins of the Nine Heavens Palace. They dare to snatch it? In less than a moment, in the major districts of Sky Dragon City, the streets and alleys, restaurants and tea houses, it had already spread like wildfire. On a street leading to the treasure pavilion, two young men in black walked side by side. Listening to the discussions around them, both of them had a trace of a smile on their faces. Brother Qin, the effect you wanted has been achieved. The two of them were Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. However, at this moment, both of them had changed their appearances. Their skin was slightly tanned. He wasn't very tall, only about 1.7 meters. Their appearance was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. In short, now, when they walked on the street, no one would take a second look at them. The effect now has not reached my expectations. Let's wait for the arrest warrant to come out and see. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then now, should we go directly to the treasure pavilion? Hui Yi secretly asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then what are you going to do? Hui Yi was suspicious. Simple. Destroy the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. This scene was really realistic. A moment later, the two finally arrived at the treasure pavilion, but they did not enter and stopped outside the door. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Don't block the door, we want to go in. Several young men and women who wanted to enter the treasure pavilion looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi who were blocking in front of them and said with dissatisfaction. The two guards outside the door also looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi suspiciously. The corner of Hui Yi's mouth lifted, turned to look at the young men and women, and said with a smile, "You'd better not go in." But several people looked at him, puzzled. Because something big is about to happen here. Hui Yi said with a smile. Crazy. Several people looked at Hui Yi with disdain, pushed Qin Feiyang and Hui aside, and went straight into the treasure pavilion. What a joke. This was the treasure pavilion. Who dared to cause trouble here? Their lives were too long. The two guards also heard Hui Yi's words. The two looked at each other, and a trace of anger flashed in their eyes. One of the guards immediately walked towards Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi and shouted, "If you have nothing to do, get out of here, don't block the way." Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into their mouths. The guards stopped and looked at the two suspiciously. Gradually, the two guards were dumbfounded. It was actually them? Look, it's Jiang Haoyan and Hui. Suddenly, a scream sounded. At that moment, the pedestrians on the street and the people in the treasure pavilion all looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. It's really them. They just caused a ruckus in the Nine Heavens Palace, and now they're coming to the treasure pavilion. This is too ostentatious. The scene suddenly became noisy. So it's young Master Jiang, young Master Hua, sorry for the disrespect. The two guards came back to their senses and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. We can't afford such a big gift. Hui Yi smiled meaningfully. I'm kindly advising you to leave immediately. Qin Feiyang said, and directly soared into the sky, landing right above the treasure pavilion. Hui Yi also followed closely behind. What do they want to do? The people below all looked up at the two suspiciously. Chapter 22-25. Boom. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's aura exploded as divine power surged out and blasted towards the treasure pavilion. He's going to attack the treasure pavilion? The people below were stunned. Then, like frightened rabbits, they immediately fled in panic. Boom! In an instant, divine power blasted into the treasure pavilion. With a loud crack, the magnificent treasure pavilion was instantly torn apart. Large groups of people escaped from the treasure pavilion. Jiang Haoyan, what are you doing? Along with a shout, Sheng Guanqiu flew out with a dirty face and glared at Qin Feiyang. From now on, the treasure pavilion and I are irreconcilable. Qin Feiyang said coldly and nodded at Hui. Hui Yi understood in his heart. He waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang before disappearing without a trace, without even looking back. Bastard! Looking at the collapsed treasure pavilion, Sheng Guanqiu was so angry that his body trembled. They just escaped from Ninth Heaven Palace and now they're causing trouble in the treasure pavilion. These two bastards are too crazy. What are they trying to do? Ninth Heaven Palace, treasure pavilion, they've offended both. Do they want to be hated by everyone? Everyone was discussing. An old man with white hair and a walking stick landed in the sky above the treasure pavilion and said in a deep voice, "Little Chiu, who did this?" Shengguan Chiu said, "Jiang Haoyan and Hui." "How dare you? How dare you? I've been treating him well. How dare he come to destroy my treasure pavilion? Send someone to find them immediately. Even if you have to turn the entire northern region upside down, you must find them for me." The vice pavilion master shouted. Shengguan Chiu replied respectfully. At the same time, 4 enforcers of Ninth Heaven Palace landed in front of the 4 city gates and posted wanted posters. "What? It's a bounty for Jiang Haoyan and Hui, and it's 2 legendary divine artifacts?" In an instant, the 4 city gates were in an uproar. West City Gate. 2 old men with white hair stood at the back of the crowd and looked at the wanted posters. "Brother Qin, why didn't this arrest warrant announce your true identity? Maybe Shengguan Fenglan did it on purpose. Lan treats us too well. I can't help but feel a little guilty." These 2 people were Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. The name on the wanted poster was Jiang Haoyan, not Qin Feiyang. The great elder definitely wouldn't do something as trivial as issuing a warrant himself. Therefore, this arrest warrant must have been issued by Shengguan Fenglan. In other words, Shengguan Fenglan deliberately helped him conceal his identity. Hui Yi retracted his gaze and asked, "Where are we going next?" "I want to find a few people." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and replied thoughtfully. "Who is it?" Hui Yi was suspicious. "You wouldn't know even if I told you." Qin Feiyang mumbled. People like the fiend ancestor were definitely hard to find. But Lin Yi, Tan Wu, and Cerberus should be in the north region now. That was because they had all entered the ancient realm together. But there was one thing that he couldn't figure out. Both Lin Yi and Tan Wu were no strangers to the name Jiang Haoyan. In other words, they all knew that Jiang Haoyan was him. And this name had long been a household name. Logically speaking, Lin Yi and Tan Wu should have come to him after learning about his situation. But why was there no news at all? And no matter who it was, they all wanted to become stronger. Tan Wu was no exception. Therefore, even if they didn't know that he was in the 9 Heavens Palace, Tan Wu should find an opportunity to enter the 9 Heavens Palace. As for Lin Yi, it might be another matter. Her purpose of coming to the ancient realm was to find the fiend ancestor and retrieve her lost memories. But now, whether it was Lin Yi or Tan Wu, they felt as if they had evaporated from the world. "We have received orders from the 9 Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion. From now on, everyone who enters and exits Sky Dragon City must first be checked by the Sky's Ice Stone. If there are intruders, those who do not cooperate will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, a guard at the city gate shouted, "Sky's Ice Stone?" Qin Feiyang and Tan Wu were taken aback and looked at the city gate. The 4 guards took out the Sky's Ice Stone as expected. The people entering and exiting did not dare to have any objections. They maintained order and stepped forward one by one to be checked. After all, this was an order issued by the 9 Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion at the same time. Who would dare to have any objections? Hui Yi transmitted his voice. "Has the current effect met your expectations?" "It's okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let's go first. Find a place where there is no one and slowly discuss the next step." Hui Yi secretly said. "Do you have any place to go?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Hui Yi thought for a while and transmitted his voice. "There is a place, but it's a little far." "Then let's go," Qin Feiyang said. Hui nodded and opened an altar. Hey, you two. Yes, I'm talking about you two. You two also come over for inspection." But at this moment, a guard in front of the city gate shouted as he looked at Qin Feiyang and Tan Wu. The 2 of them glanced at the guard and directly jumped onto the altar. "What are you doing? I want you to be inspected, didn't you hear me?" The guard raised his eyebrows and immediately rushed towards the 2 of them angrily. Hui Yi grinned and pointed his index finger in the air. A wave of divine power surged out. The guard also had the cultivation of a perfect war god, but when he saw Hui Yi's divine power, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly hid to the side. The other 3 guards and the people gathered in front of the city gate were also shocked and then scattered. With a loud bang, the divine power bombarded the city wall. The city wall and the city gate were instantly razed to the ground. Could they be Jianghu and Hui? Everyone was surprised. Don't care if they are or not, let them stay first. That's right. The bounty is 2 legendary level divine tools. I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. After coming back to their senses, the surrounding crowd swarmed towards Qin Feiyang and Tan Wu. Among them, there was no lack of divine lord level experts. However, their speed was still a bit too slow. Before they could rush over, Qin Feiyang and Tan Wu were teleported away by the teleportation altar. Damn it. We let them run away just like that. They must be Jianghu and Hui. Otherwise, why would they run away? Everyone was furious. Northern region. So, Hui continued to open the altars. After opening the 10th altar, the 2 of them appeared in the sky above a desert. The wind whistled and the yellow sand rolled. Right below the 2 of them, there was an oasis with beautiful mountains and clear water. The oasis wasn't big, covering an area of about a few li. There was a lake in the middle, about half a li in diameter. The lake water was clear and the surrounding vegetation was lush. And on the south side of the lake, there was a small 2-story wooden building. And there were many small animals. For example, little rabbits, little squirrels, and so on. Qin Feiyang asked in surprise, "How did you find this paradise?" Found? Hui was slightly taken aback. He rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, "I created this." Qin Feiyang was stunned. In the past, when I was comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god, I had nothing to do, so I created this oasis in this desert. Hui explained a little and then waved his hand. A divine power barrier suddenly appeared around the oasis. Qin Feiyang glanced at the barrier and looked at the small animals that were jumping around in the oasis. He said, "In that case, these small animals were also raised by you?" "Of course." Hui nodded and then slowly descended. The barrier automatically split open. After the 2 of them entered, the barrier automatically closed and disappeared into the void. "Let me tell you, it doesn't matter what you do here, but you must not hurt the little animals here," Hui said as he flew towards the wooden building. Squeak squeak. As soon as his voice fell, a group of little rabbits jumped out from the grass and surrounded Hui, appearing extremely affectionate. "Little guys, I haven't seen you for so long, did you miss me?" Hui also had a doting look on his face. The little rabbits danced with their hands and feet as if they were cheering. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He really didn't realize before that Hui was such a caring person. He glanced at the lake and swooped straight down. With a thud, he plunged into the lake and a cold feeling immediately swept over him. His fatigue was also swept away. Hui ignored him and played with the little animals for a while before entering the small wooden building to clean up. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang was lying on a blue stone by the lake, his hands behind his head, looking at the sky, his face full of enjoyment. "Don't you yearn for this kind of carefree and leisurely life?" Hui took 2 wine jars, walked to Qin Feiyang's side, sat on the ground, and then threw a wine jar to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and quickly grabbed the wine jar. "This is the best wine. I won't give it to ordinary people when they ask me." Hui opened the lid, raised his head, and gulped down a mouthful. His face was full of intoxication. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "All right, I'll give you some face." Hui rolled his eyes and said, "I thought about it carefully just now. If you want to find someone, it's too difficult with our manpower." "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. Apart from him and Hui, there was only White-Eyed Wolf and Fire Lotus. With just the 4 of them, it was impossible to find Lin Yi and Tan Wu. Hui sighed, "We have to find someone to help us." "Find someone to help?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said, "Do you think there are still people willing to help us now?" Hui couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard the words. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Actually, I want to go to the other 3 major regions. Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness?" Hui asked. The people that the ancestors asked me to find, except for Lin Yi, are not in the north region. So, Dongling, Southern Wilderness, and Western Desert, these 3 places will have to be visited sooner or later. Qin Feiyang said. It's not that simple to go to these 3 major regions. If we fly there, it will take at least a year and a half. The teleportation altar of Ninth Heaven Palace and Treasure Pavilion can be directly teleported there. But now, after you've made such a fuss, they will definitely not help us. Hui frowned and said, Then we'll fly there. But we have to wait for the dragons to come before we go. Because I'm still a little worried, Qin Feiyang said. We've already made it like we're mortal enemies. What's there to be worried about? Hui was suspicious. If the dragons don't fall for it, then wouldn't Ninth Heaven Palace and Treasure Pavilion be finished? Qin Feiyang said. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Even now, he was still concerned about the safety of Ninth Heaven Palace and Treasure Pavilion. He was indeed a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He smiled and said, Okay, then let's wait and see. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 22-26. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. In this half a month, Qin Feiyang did not cultivate, nor did he go outside. He stayed in the oasis to adjust his state of mind. Because too many things had happened during this period of time, which affected his state of mind. As for Huolian, she had been accompanying him for half a month. White-Eyed Wolf did not pay attention to the outside world. Nothing could stop his determination to cultivate in seclusion. As for Hui, he would run out every 2 or 3 days, saying that he was going to investigate the situation. But whether it was true or not, Qin Feiyang did not know. This life is so comfortable. By the lake, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Qin Feiyang drank tea while admiring the scenery of the lake and mountains. He was very satisfied. It's really not bad. Fire Lotus smiled. She truly hoped that such a peaceful life could continue. Qin Feiyang smiled. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he looked suspiciously at Fire Lotus and said, In 5 years, you didn't remember anything at all? Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned. Fire Lotus saw that he did not speak for a long time and asked, What are you thinking about? Qin Feiyang said, I'm thinking, what can I do to let you recover your memory as soon as possible? Actually, it doesn't matter if I recover my memory or not. I think it's pretty good now. Fire Lotus said. Silly girl. It's only complete with memory. Besides, only after you recover your memory can you find your family and friends. Qin Feiyang said. Family, friends? Fire Lotus muttered to herself and smiled. I guess I don't have any family or friends. How is that possible? Who doesn't have a few family and friends? Even if you don't, you still have parents. It can't be that you jumped out from a crack in a rock. Qin Feiyang teased. Fire Lotus heard this and could not help but shake her head and laugh. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression froze for a moment before he said, Speaking of your identity, I remember something. Fire Lotus asked suspiciously, What is it? Qin Feiyang said, When I was fighting with a fire dragon, I secretly communicated with it for a long time. Communicate in secret? Fire Lotus was shocked and asked, What did you talk about? Qin Feiyang said, Its agreement with you was actually a lie from the start. You lied to me? Fire Lotus frowned. Its plan is to stabilize you first. Once we enter the Divine Prefecture, we'll inform Long Zun immediately. This way, not only will he be able to eliminate us, even you will fall into his hands. Qin Feiyang said. Damn you. Fire Lotus cursed. So I'm very glad that I didn't listen to you, Hui, and Grey Castle and go to the Divine Prefecture without you. But the fire dragon is dead, and these are not important now. At that time, it revealed a very important message. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus's pupils shrank slightly, and she asked with a smile, What important message? It said that if I hand you over to Long Zun, it will be a great merit. And if you fall into Long Zun's hands, you won't have a good ending. At that time, I was thinking, could you be from the Divine Prefecture? And you have a grudge with Long Zun? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is that all? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus seemed to be relieved and said with a smile, "There's nothing to think about. Let nature take its course." "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded, and then said with a smile, "If you're really a big shot from the Divine Prefecture, then I'll be riding on your coattails." "You're thinking too much." Fire Lotus was speechless. "It's not that I'm thinking too much. After all, you have a grudge with Long Zun. How can your identity be ordinary?" Qin Feiyang said seriously. "I hope so. If that's the case, I'll take care of you in the future." Fire Lotus said. "I'm waiting for you to say that." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You're still in the mood to laugh?" At this moment, Hui appeared above the oasis, and then entered the barrier, looking at the two with displeasure. "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Hui said in a deep voice, "The dragons are here." "What?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus suddenly stood up. Wasn't this too fast? It was completely beyond their expectations. Back then, Grey Castle took them to the deepest part, and it took them half a year. And now, the dragons only took half a month. Furthermore, the dragons had to search the sea along the way, which would consume a lot of time. How did they do it? Hui continued, "But this time, it's not the ancestral dragon we met last time." "It's not?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were startled, and asked suspiciously, "Then who is it?" "It's 30 Fire Dragon. It should be the vanguard of the dragons. As for how they came here, I think they must have used some kind of heaven-defying artifact that possesses the laws of space." Hui guessed. 30 Fire Dragon. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other in dismay. This number was too terrifying. Fire Lotus asked, "What are their cultivations?" Hui said in a deep voice, "They are all at the 9th heaven realm perfection." Fire Lotus's gaze immediately darkened. 30 Fire Dragon at the 9th heaven realm perfection. If they were to act recklessly in the northern region, it would definitely be a scene of carnage and suffering. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and asked, "Where are they now?" "In the central square of Sky Dragon City." Hui said. "Central Square?" Qin Feiyang was startled and frowned. "They didn't go to the Treasure Pavilion and 9th Heaven Palace." "You're joking. The dragons are so arrogant, how could they lower themselves to meet the Great Elder? If they want to meet them, it should be the Great Elder and the others. They have already summoned the Great Elder and the others." Hui said. Qin Feiyang said, "With such a large fanfare, it doesn't seem like anything good. That's why I'm worried. Although I have already been expelled from 9th Heaven Palace, my master is still the Vice Palace Master of 9th Heaven Palace. As his disciple, I naturally have the obligation to protect 9th Heaven Palace." Hui said. "Then did you inform your master?" Qin Feiyang asked. Hui sighed. "To be honest, I also don't know where my master is now." Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Don't you know how to use the image crystal to contact him?" "Why didn't I? But I can't contact him." Hui was helpless. "This master of yours is really irresponsible." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Who said he isn't?" Hui sighed helplessly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "How about this, we'll split up. You go to Sky Dragon Sea and see if Ancestral Dragon is here. Fire Lotus and I will sneak into Sky Dragon City to see the situation." Hui nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Huolian and said with a smile, "The peaceful days have finally come to an end." Fire Lotus said, "You seem to be looking forward to it." "Looking forward to it?" Qin Feiyang muttered and suddenly smiled. "To be honest, I am a little bit." Sky Dragon City. Central Plaza. At this moment, 30 middle-aged men stood in the air above the plaza. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall. Their upper bodies were bare, and their muscles were well developed. They were filled with an explosive aura. Looking at their hair, they were all like flames, fluttering in the wind. Their aura was not concealed at all. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Sky Dragon City. Everyone in Sky Dragon City felt a fear that came from their souls. Who are they? Their aura is actually so terrifying. The plaza was already packed with people. Looking at the 30 middle-aged men, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Could be said that, at this moment, everyone in Sky Dragon City was staring at the 30 middle-aged men, but no one knew their true identity. Outside the West Gate, a man and a woman appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. However, the two of them had changed their appearances. The broken city walls and city gates had been repaired, and the wanted posters were still there. But at this moment, the 4 city guards also abandoned the city gate and ignored them. They stood in the air and looked at the 30 men from afar. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 guards and secretly said, "They shouldn't be in the mood to interrogate us now, let's directly enter the city." Fire Lotus nodded her head. The two of them transformed into streaks of light and flew into the city in a grand manner. Of the 4 guards, some had also noticed them, but as Qin Feiyang had expected, they were indeed not in the mood to interrogate them. Because anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the 30 men did not come with good intentions. A moment later, Qin Feiyang brought Fire Lotus and flew out of the plaza. He blended into the crowd and raised his head to size up the 30 men. This is the aura of the 9th heaven realm perfection? It is indeed terrifying. Even if it was him facing these 30 men, he could not help but feel a sense of despair in his heart. These dragons are somewhat contradictory. Fire Lotus suddenly spoke. Contradictory? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's the contradiction?" The dragons have always been superior and have always been disdainful of us humans, but look at them, all of them have transformed into our human form. Even the ancestral dragon has transformed into a human form. Isn't this very contradictory? Fire Lotus secretly said. Qin Feiyang was speechless. This was purely a personal hobby, there was nothing to be conflicted about. Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, 2 figures landed on the plaza. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Because the 2 of them were the Deputy Pavilion Master and Shangguan Qiu. "Greetings, lords." The Deputy Pavilion Master and Shangguan Qiu glanced at the 30 men and immediately bowed. One of them is the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, and the other is the Supervisor of the Treasure Pavilion. Why are they bowing so respectfully? Seeing this, the crowd around the plaza suddenly became restless. One had to know. As the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, he was a top figure in the North region with great power. Such a big shot still had to bow to him? Just how terrifying was the other party's background? "You are?" The leader of the burly men looked down at the 2 of them condescendingly and asked. "I am the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion of the North region. This child beside me is the Supervisor of the Treasure Pavilion of the North region." The Deputy Pavilion Master replied respectfully. "Supervisor." The burly man looked Shangguan Qiu up and down with an inexplicable look in his eyes. And this look disgusted Shangguan Qiu. But she did not dare to speak and could only endure it silently. Chapter 22-27. Qin Feiyang looked at the burly man and whispered, "Fire Lotus, are all dragons interested in human women?" "I'm not one of the dragons, how would I know?" Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at him. "Why do I feel that this man is interested in Shangguan Qiu?" Qin Feiyang muttered. "Jealous?" Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. "Jealous?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Your imagination is comparable to Huiyi's." Fire Lotus giggled. "I'm just worried that Shangguan Qiu will be taken advantage of. After all, the other party is a dragon. If he has any improper thoughts, how would Shangguan Qiu dare to resist?" Qin Feiyang thought. "This?" Fire Lotus hesitated and said, "You don't say, maybe it's possible." Qin Feiyang frowned. At this moment, the burly man standing in the air looked at Shangguan Qiu and asked, "What's your name?" Shangguan Qiu replied respectfully, "My lord, my name is Shangguan Qiu." Shangguan Qiu, nice name, beautiful person, I like it. The burly man laughed. Shangguan Qiu raised her eyebrows. Her meaning was self-evident, but what could she do in the face of the powerful dragons? She could only endure. She hoped that the other party would let her go in the future. The burly man looked at the Deputy Pavilion Master and said, "Where's your pavilion master?" The deputy pavilion master hurriedly said, "The pavilion master is not here now, please forgive us." "Not here?" The 30 burly men frowned. At this moment, another sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 2 figures flashed across the sky like lightning and landed beside the deputy pavilion master and the deputy pavilion master. They immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, my lords. The great elder of Ninth Heaven Palace and the law enforcement hall master of Ninth Heaven Palace." "What's going on?" Even the great elder and Shangguan Fenglan are bowing to them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who exactly were these people? The 2 magnates of the northern domain actually had to bow respectfully to him. Another little beauty. The leader's eyes lit up as he stared at Shangguan Fenglan. He completely ignored the first elder. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. What kind of look was that? "Sister, you shouldn't have come." Shangguan Qiu sighed. "What happened?" Shangguan Fenglan was suspicious. If these mystical dragons were placed in the human world, they would be the typical shameless scum. Shangguan Qiu thought to himself. Shangguan Fenglan's pupils shrank as she warned, "Then you have to be careful." "You too," Shangguan Qiu said. The big man looked at Shangguan Fenglan and asked, "What's your name?" Shangguan Fenglan said, "Shangguan Fenglan." "Shangguan Fenglan?" "Shangguan Qiu." "You actually have the same surname?" The burly man looked at the 2 sisters and asked in surprise. Shangguan Fenglan said respectfully, "My lord, she is my younger sister." "A pair of beautiful sisters?" The burly man was stunned, then he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. This trip to the northern region was not in vain." Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu were increasingly disgusted with this person. Seeing the burly man staring at Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu, someone reminded him, "Don't forget the important matter." Yes. The burly man was slightly stunned and quickly nodded. He looked at the first elder and asked, "Where are your palace master and deputy palace master?" "My lord, the deputy palace master is not here now. As for the palace master," speaking of this, the first elder's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, suddenly clenched. A strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was these damned beasts in front of him that killed their palace master of the Ninth Heaven Palace. Blood feud as deep as the sea. But the enemy was standing in front of him, and he did not dare to make a move. At this moment, he not only hated the dragons, but he also hated himself. "Wait. I remember that your palace master seems to be..." The burly man was deep in thought. The first elder's expression changed. He quickly changed the topic and asked, "May I ask why you have come to the northern region, my lords? Can't you see that I'm thinking about something? You're still interrupting." The burly man suddenly shouted with a frown. "I'm sorry." The first elder quickly lowered his head and apologized. I remember now. The burly man suddenly patted his head and said with a smile, "As early as 7,000 or 8,000 years ago, your palace master died in the land of the undead." Damn it. The first elder's eyes turned red. Except for the big shots of the Ninth Heaven Palace, no one knew about this. Because everyone knew that once the news of the palace master's death was exposed, it would affect the Ninth Heaven Palace. So the deputy palace master had ordered that no one was allowed to reveal it. Of course. As the big shots of the northern region, the pavilion master and deputy pavilion master of the treasure pavilion would definitely know about it. Needless to say, Shangguan Qiu, Shangguan Fenglan would definitely tell her. And this was kept a secret for thousands of years. They had always intended to keep it a secret. But they did not expect that the dragons would expose it now. What did he just say? The Ninth Heaven Palace master died in the land of the undead 7,000 or 8,000 years ago. Did he say that? Did I hear wrongly? As expected. Hearing the burly man's words, Sky Dragon City was instantly in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Looking at everyone's reaction, the burly man was stunned. Then he looked at the first elder and said, "Your Ninth Heaven Palace, could it be that you've been hiding this from everyone? Isn't this obvious?" The first elder roared in his heart. "Then I'm really sorry." I accidentally revealed the news of your palace master's death. The burly man laughed, his face full of ridicule. The first elder was burning with anger. But facing the dragons, he could only endure. First elder, palace master, is this true? I don't believe that the palace master has died. I don't believe it either. How could such a powerful existence like the palace master die in the land of the undead? Someone in the crowd shouted. These people were all disciples of Ninth Heaven Palace. They were purely here to watch the show, but they didn't expect to hear such shocking news. The first elder was silent. Shangguan Fenglan was also silent. The burly man looked at the two of them playfully and laughed. The palace master you worship has already died, and he was killed by us dragons. He's really dead. The disciples of Ninth Heaven Palace who were present were suddenly stunned. The others were also shocked in their hearts. They had all thought that the legendary figure was cultivating in seclusion, but now they were all surprised. But they didn't expect that he had already died 7,000 or 8,000 years ago. Dragons? He seemed to have mentioned dragons just now. What are dragons? Hearing this name, could it be a race formed by a group of divine dragons? Everyone was discussing in surprise. Dragons were in the divine prefecture and rarely appeared in public. So, not many people in the northern region knew about the existence of dragons. As for those who knew about dragons, for example, the first elder, Qin Feiyang, and the others were not in the mood to explain. There was constant noise around the square, and it was extremely chaotic. But the atmosphere in the square was extremely solemn. Whether it was the deputy palace master or Shangguan Fenglan and her sister, they all had heavy expressions. Especially the first elder. His tightly clenched hands were already dripping blood, and the ground under his feet was already dyed red. It was obvious. He was on the verge of exploding in anger. But the 30 burly men didn't take this to heart at all. The leader of the burly men looked down at the first elder and said, "Although the palace master is dead, your deputy palace master is still here. Why didn't he come to see us in person? Are you looking down on us dragons?" I just said that the deputy palace master is not here. I hope everyone can forgive me for my lack of manners. The first elder lowered his head and lowered his voice. The deputy palace master of Ninth Heaven Palace is not here, and the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion is also not here. This is quite interesting. It seems that we dragons haven't come to the northern region for too long, so much so that you have forgotten the strength of us dragons. The burly man chuckled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Sir, please calm down. I'm telling the truth. The deputy palace master is really not here. We have been looking for him for several years, but there has been no news. Sir, our pavilion master is the same. He has disappeared for many years, and we can't contact him." The first elder and the deputy palace master said in horror. The burly man glanced at the two and frowned. Did he really disappear? Or did he hide and refuse to see us? He really disappeared. No matter how bold we are, we wouldn't dare to lie to you dragons. The two exclaimed. That's true. In this world, no one dares to lie to us dragons. The burly man smiled proudly, and his expression eased a lot. The first elder and the deputy palace master couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The first elder glanced at the deputy palace master and said, "How come I didn't know that your pavilion master had disappeared for many years?" The vice pavilion master frowned slightly. "My Nine Heavens Palace didn't lie to the dragons, because the deputy palace master has indeed disappeared. As for the pavilion master of your treasure pavilion, if I'm not mistaken, he should be hiding somewhere, leisurely sipping tea." The first elder transmitted. "You think you're smart?" The deputy palace master glared at him angrily. As expected. He even dares to ignore the arrival of the dragons. Your pavilion master must have eaten a leopard's guts. The first elder sneered. Stop talking nonsense. The most important thing now is to think of a way to deal with the dragons. The dragons wouldn't come to our northern region for no reason. There must be something big. It might even be related to the treasure pavilion and Nine Heavens Palace. So now, We should put down our personal grudges and work together to deal with the outside world. The Deputy Palace Master said. The first elder glanced at the Deputy Palace Master and didn't say anything else. Although he had always been prejudiced against the Treasure Pavilion, as the first elder of Nine Heavens Palace, he knew what was important. Chapter 22-28. The burly man didn't know that the two had secretly formed an alliance. He said, "Since your pavilion master and palace master are not here, then you will answer my question." "Sir, please ask. We will tell you everything we know." The two said respectfully. The burly man said, "There is a person named Qin Feiyang in the northern region. Do you know him?" Qin Feiyang. The two's eyes trembled slightly. They actually asked about Qin Feiyang? Shengguan Fenglan and her sister were also very surprised. What was going on? How did the dragons in the Divine Land know about the existence of Qin Feiyang? Who is Qin Feiyang? I've never heard of this name. At the same time, the crowd around the square also whispered. Qin Feiyang is a descendant of Qin Badian. Half a month ago, he and his accomplices intended to break into the Divine Land and killed a member of our dragons. This time, we came to the northern region for this person. I hope you don't hide anything. The burly man looked at the two elders and said, "What?" Everyone was shocked. Qin Badian actually had a descendant alive? And it was in the northern region? Why hadn't they heard of it? At the same time, the four elders' hearts were also set off stormy waves. Breaking into the Divine Land? Killing a member of the dragons? This group of kids was too crazy. This was something that even they didn't dare to do. They didn't even dare to think about it. The most inconceivable thing was that they actually managed to come back alive. Deputy Pavilion Master, Grand Elder, this is not right. Shengguan Fenglan transmitted her voice. What's wrong? The two were suspicious. As soon as Qin Feiyang and Hui came back from the Sky Dragon Sea, they robbed our Nine Heavens Palace's soul vein and destroyed your treasure pavilion. At first, we all thought they were doing something stupid. But now I feel that they seem to be doing this on purpose. Shengguan Fenglan secretly said. On purpose? The two were stunned. Think about it. If they don't do this, the dragons will investigate and our Nine Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion won't be able to get away. Because both Nine Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion have helped him. In other words, he doesn't want to implicate us, so he did these things. Shengguan Fenglan transmitted her voice. Sister's right. I knew it. He's not such an ungrateful person. Shengguan Qiu said hurriedly. This kid's the Deputy Pavilion Master secretly. So this was the reason behind the so-called severing of ties. Seeing the first elder and the Vice Pavilion Master remain silent, the burly man shouted impatiently, "Answer me." Elder asked. Qin Feiyang, this child, is always thinking for us. We can't possibly betray him. Besides, we really don't know where he is right now. The Vice Pavilion Master thought to himself. The great elder raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and transmitted his voice, "Then you say it." The Vice Pavilion Master thought for a moment before raising his head to look at the burly man. With an apologetic expression, he said, "My lord, I am truly sorry." Hearing that Qin Badian still has a descendant, we were truly shocked. The elder and the other two nodded. The burly man glanced at the four of them and said to the Deputy Pavilion Master, "From what you said, this is the first time you've heard of Qin Feiyang?" The Deputy Pavilion Master nodded. The burly man frowned and said, "He's in the North region. You don't know?" "We really don't know. We've never even heard of this name before, let alone Qin Feiyang." The Deputy Pavilion Master said. "How could this be?" The burly man frowned and turned to look at his companions behind him. One of them said, "Could it be that Qin Feiyang changed his name in the North region, so we don't know his identity?" Changed his name. The burly man pondered for a while and nodded, "It's possible." After saying that, the burly man looked at the elder and the other three again. With a wave of his hand, four phantoms quickly condensed. They were the phantoms of Qin Feiyang, Hui, Mu Tianyang, and Fire Lotus. You actually know what they look like? What are these little bastards thinking? Don't they know how to change their appearances after breaking into the divine land? Looking at the four phantoms, Shangguan Fenglan suddenly felt annoyed. If they had changed their appearances and the dragons didn't know what they looked like, it would be fine. But now, even if they had great means, they couldn't hide it. Because the entire Sky Dragon City knew what Qin Feiyang and the other three looked like. As expected, as soon as the phantoms of Qin Feiyang and the other three appeared, there was a commotion around the square. Why are they here? Aren't they Jiang Haoyan, Hui, Jiang Fire Lotus, and Mu Tianyang? It turns out that the people the dragons are looking for are them. People were discussing. Jiang Haoyan? Hui? Jiang Fire Lotus? Mu Tianyang? Hearing these names, the burly man and the others were a little confused. Why didn't they hear anyone mention Qin Feng? One of them frowned and said, "It seems that Qin Feiyang did change his name in the north region." A hint of anger flashed in the burly man's eyes as he pointed at Qin Feiyang's phantoms and said, "He is the descendant of Qin Badian." What? Jiang Haoyan is the descendant of Qin Badian? Everyone was dumbfounded. The burly man looked at the four deputy pavilion masters and raised his eyebrows. "You don't know his identity? Sir, we really don't know. To tell you the truth, these four young people were once disciples of our Nine Heavens Palace. But I really didn't know that Jiang Haoyan was the descendant of Qin Badian." The first elder hurriedly said. "And they were all disciples of your Nine Heavens Palace?" The burly man was stunned. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. Although he was once a disciple of my Nine Heavens Palace, I definitely didn't help him hide his identity. No one in Nine Heavens Palace knows that he is the descendant of Qin Badian. Moreover, he betrayed our Nine Heavens Palace 5 years ago." The first elder said in fear. "Betrayed Nine Heavens Palace 5 years ago?" The burly man frowned. "Almost everyone in the North region knows about this. If Sir doesn't believe me, you can ask around. If this old man is proven to be lying, this old man is willing to accept death." The first elder said. "This matter is indeed true. At that time, Jiang Haoyan, no, it was Qin Feiyang. At that time, Qin Feiyang betrayed Nine Heavens Palace and caused quite a stir. Because before betraying the Nine Heavens Palace, he publicly committed murder in the Nine Heavens Palace. And some time ago, he even snuck into Nine Heavens Palace, destroyed the Saint Mountain, and stole the Soul Vein. He even destroyed the Treasure Pavilion. Now, both Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion are looking for him." The crowd around the square said. Listening to the voices of the crowd, the burly man frowned. A moment later, he looked at the first elder and the deputy pavilion master and asked, "Where is the arrest warrant?" The first elder said, "Fenglan, go to the city gate and get the arrest warrant." Shangguan Fenglan responded, then soared into the sky and rushed towards the city gate like lightning. "You don't even know about the arrest warrant?" In the crowd, Qin Feiyang looked rather stunned. He originally thought that this group of people would investigate openly and secretly after arriving in the North region. But now, it seemed that they had directly arrived in Sky Dragon City. They didn't investigate anything. After a while, Shangguan Fenglan returned with the arrest warrant and respectfully handed it to the burly man. The burly man looked at Shangguan Fenglan, and when he reached out to take the arrest warrant, he actually grabbed Shangguan Fenglan's hand at the same time. "Sir," Shangguan Fenglan was shocked. "So slippery. So tender." However, the burly man turned a deaf ear. "Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity," Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. The burly man frowned, looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "What's with your attitude? It's your honor that I have taken a fancy to you, do you understand?" "Thank you for your appreciation, sir, but I can't bear this honor." After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she forcefully withdrew her hand and returned behind the first elder. A hint of anger flashed in the burly man's eyes, and he lowered his head to look at the arrest warrant. "Fenglan, I've really wronged you. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you here." The first elder sighed secretly. "It's okay." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. But in her eyes, there was a ray of cold light. After reading the arrest warrant, the burly man nodded, then looked at the first elder and the deputy pavilion master, and said, "A bounty of 2 legendary artifacts. You guys are really generous. It seems that you really don't know his true identity." "How would we dare to deceive you, sir?" The 2 smiled apologetically. "I don't think you have the guts." The burly man sneered and asked, "Then where are they now?" "If we knew where they were, we wouldn't have issued an arrest warrant for them in the city." The deputy pavilion master smiled bitterly. "To be honest, these little bastards are cunning and sly. If they don't take the initiative to show up, it's harder than ascending to heaven to find them." The first elder also said, "Aren't they just a few brats? Is there a need to be so exaggerated? The North region is only so big, with the forces of 9 Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion. Are you afraid that you can't find them? I'll give you 3 days to find them, otherwise, I'll flatten 9 Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion." The burly man said, "3 days?" The first elder and the deputy pavilion master's expressions stiffened. Find Qin Feiyang in 3 days? Was this a joke? Even if 9 Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion went all out, it would take them 10 days to half a month to search the entire North region. This did not include the Sky Dragon Sea. If they included the Sky Dragon Sea, let alone 10 days to half a month, they might not even be able to search the entire North region in half a year. Wasn't this making things difficult for them? What? Didn't you hear what I said? Do you need me to repeat myself? Go and make the arrangements immediately, the burly man shouted. The first elder and the deputy pavilion master hurriedly nodded and left with Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu. The burly man suddenly said, "The 2 of them stay." The first elder and the deputy pavilion master were stunned. Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu's bodies stiffened slightly. "We dragons have arrived in the North region. Aren't 9 Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion going to send someone to entertain us?" The burly man said angrily. Of course. We'll send someone to receive you right away. We'll definitely let you have a good memory in the North region." The 2 of them nodded repeatedly. When the burly man heard this, he was a little angry. He didn't know that he wanted these 2 sisters to entertain him. Chapter 22-29. How could the Vice Pavilion Master and Great Elder not see through it? They were just pretending to be stupid. Because whether it was Shangguan Fenglan in the 9th Heaven Palace or Shangguan Qiu in the Treasure Pavilion, they both had unshakable positions. More importantly, the 2 sisters both had a master that they couldn't afford to offend. One was the Treasure Pavilion of the Treasure Pavilion. The other was Elder Wei, who guarded the stairway to heaven. If anything happened to the 2 sisters, these 2 would definitely come to trouble them. They couldn't afford to offend the dragons. But they couldn't afford to offend these 2 people either. So they could only pretend to be stupid. Go! Great Elder and Vice Pavilion Master secretly shouted to Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu at the same time. The 2 sisters looked at each other and immediately flew toward the 9th Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion. But at this moment, the companions behind the burly man moved and stood in front of Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu. The 2 sisters' expressions froze. Great Elder and Vice Pavilion Master also changed their expressions and quickly looked at the burly man. The burly man said expressionlessly, "They have to entertain us today." Vice Pavilion Master hurriedly said, "Sir, they still have important things to do. What's more important than entertaining us dragons?" The burly man shouted. Great Elder and Vice Pavilion Master's expressions were extremely ugly. The burly man raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. It seems that after not coming to the North region for so many years, the prestige of the dragons is really gone. No. The 2 hurriedly waved their hands. "I'll tell you. We're not the only ones who came to the North region this time. The ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan also came." The burly man said, "What? The ancestral dragon?" The 2 were shocked. The ancestral dragon came to the North region too? Lord Ancestral Dragon is now in the North region, looking for Qin Feiyang and the others. I believe it won't be long before he comes to the North region. I also know that the 9th Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion both have half-step imperishable realm experts. But in front of Lord Ancestral Dragon, half-step imperishable realm experts are ants. The burly man laughed coldly. Great Elder and Vice Pavilion Master heard this and felt like there was a big stone in their hearts. Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu also felt extremely heavy. Ancestral dragon. That was an existence second only to the dragon's sovereign. Even the leaders of the dragon's clans had to obey the ancestral dragon. The descent of the ancestral dragon into the northern region was truly a calamity. Shangguan Fenglan took a deep breath and turned to look at the First Elder. First Elder, Deputy Pavilion Master, please go back. We will stay to receive them. Shangguan Qiu added, it's our honor to host the dragons. At this moment, only then did the burly man's expression soften. However, the First Elder and the Vice Pavilion Master looked anxious. It's fine. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. All right then. Be careful. The two of them secretly warned each other. Then, with a gloomy face, they turned around and disappeared like lightning. Sirs, please follow us to Yulan Pavilion. Shangguan Fenglan looked at the burly man and the others and smiled. The big man chuckled and said, all right, lead the way. The two sisters looked at each other, then immediately flew towards Yulan Tower. The burly man looked at the backs of the two girls with a burning light in his eyes. Then he waved to his two companions. The two of them quickly flew to the burly man. Go to the North Sea and inform the ancestral dragon that Qin Feiyang and the others did not enter the divine land with Qin Batian. They are all in the northern region. The burly man said. All right. The two of them nodded and turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. Brothers, let's go. Let's go to Yulan Tower and enjoy ourselves. The burly man guffawed and led the rest of the group towards Yulan Tower. Who can tell me who the dragons are? Even the Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion don't dare to offend them? I've heard of the dragons. It seems that 7,000 or 8,000 years ago, a group of mysterious experts killed their way to the Ninth Heaven Palace and demanded that they hand over Qin Batian. Later, I heard that these mysterious experts were the dragon's men. But I don't know what happened after that. But now it seems that the Ninth Heaven Palace and the dragons must have had a bloody battle in the land of the undead. Otherwise, the palace master of the Ninth Heaven Palace would not have died in the land of the undead. I know a little about it. The dragons seem to be in the divine land. They are formed by divine dragons and are very powerful. But I don't know the details. The divine land, divine dragons, so the dragons are so terrifying. No wonder the Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion are so afraid of them. Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu might be in trouble. Yeah. The dragons are obviously up to no good. Especially the leader. He keeps looking at the sisters with lecherous eyes. The sisters are very nice to people. I hope nothing happens to them. Don't worry too much. Even the Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion don't dare to offend them. What can we do? After the burly man and the others left, the people immediately began to discuss. In the crowd, Qin Feiyang looked at the backs of the burly man and the others, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He thought that as long as they were not involved, the dragons would not make things difficult for the Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion. But he never expected that. This group of people not only did not let go of the Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion, but also Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu. This made him a little angry. Fire Lotus suddenly said, Qin Dage, did you hear what the burly man said at the end? What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, he asked the other two to go to the Sky Dragon Sea to inform the ancestral dragon that we did not go to the divine land with your ancestor and are still in the northern region. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Because he had been thinking about how to help Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu, he really did not pay attention to this sentence. At this moment, after hearing Fire Lotus's reminder, he thought carefully and felt that something was wrong. Fire Lotus said suspiciously, did the dragons not know that we were still in the northern region? Not know? But at that time, when the ancestor sent us away, the ancestral dragon saw it with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang said. But later, we opened the space-time gate and went to the deepest part. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, His eyes trembled slightly. What did you think of? Fire Lotus asked. Could it be that when we went to the deepest part for the second time, we left our aura and the ancestral dragon sensed it, so he could not tell whether we were still in the northern region or not? Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus heard this, thought for a while, and nodded. That's possible. If that's the case, we can just hide and disappear. When they can't find us, the dragons will naturally leave, right? Qin Feiyang said. If they can't find us in the northern region, the dragons will definitely think that we are in the divine land. Fire Lotus nodded. In that case, if we go to snatch the vein of souls and destroy the treasure pavilion, won't we expose ourselves? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus was slightly stunned and said, It seems, that's a little interesting. Qin Feiyang wanted to slap himself hard in the face. Doing these things would only backfire on him. Fire Lotus said, Do you think that it was you who harmed Shangguan Fenglan and the others? That's right. If I just disappeared and didn't do these things, there wouldn't be a warrant for arrest. Without the warrant, the world wouldn't know that we were still in the northern region, and naturally, they wouldn't be implicated. Qin Feiyang blamed himself. You're thinking too much. Even if you disappear, do you think that this group of scum will let Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu go now? They won't either. Because they are this kind of people. Whether you are in the northern region or not, as long as they have their eyes on something, they will try to get it. And, because they are not sure, they will still give a death order to the Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion to find us. So this mistake won't affect anything? Fire Lotus said. You really know how to comfort people. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Hearing Fire Lotus's words, he felt a lot more relaxed. I'm not comforting you, I'm just stating a fact. Let's talk about it later. We don't know the ancestral Gragon, how do we know what he is thinking? No one is perfect, it's normal to miscalculate. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded and lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Why don't we go to the Sky Dragon Sea now and kill the two people who went to inform the ancestral Gragon? Fire Lotus said telepathically. Kill them? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Kill them to silence them. Fire Lotus nodded. It's not appropriate. Because in the current situation, killing them will not only fail to silence them, but will also arouse the ancestral Gragon's anger. At that time, the northern region will really be in trouble. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It makes sense. Fire Lotus muttered. Even if the arrest warrant did not exist, even if everyone did not know that Qin Feiyang was still in the northern region, once this group of people died in the northern region, the dragons would definitely be furious. At that time, all the creatures in the northern region would face the anger of the dragons. However, was there any other solution now? Let's go. Let's go to Yulan Tower too. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and looked at Fire Lotus. Should we inform Hui? Fire Lotus asked. Don't inform him now, let him continue to stay in the Sky Dragon Sea. Because with his character, once he knows that these people are targeting Shangguan Fenglan, he will definitely go berserk on the spot. At that time, the situation will be even worse. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, That's true. Fire Lotus nodded with a smile. Angry for a beauty, Hui had done this kind of thing before. Chapter 2230. Yulan Restaurant. At this moment, the door was tightly shut. Outside, there was a sea of people. Looking at the tightly shut door, everyone whispered to each other. These dragons are too much. As soon as we came here, they asked the waiters of Yulan Restaurant to chase us out. Although they have a noble status, they can't be so overbearing. This is a restaurant, not their home. With Feng Zihan's death, Jade Zither Restaurant also declined, to the point where no one cared about it. Because in the past, many people went to Jade Zither Restaurant because of Feng Zihan's status and identity. In other words, they went to curry favor with Feng Zihan. Now that Feng Zihan was not here, there was no need to go. And as a former competitor of Jade Zither Restaurant, Yulan Restaurant had undoubtedly become the target of everyone's enthusiasm. Whether it was the famous families of Sky Dragon City or the disciples of Nine Heaven Palace, they would all choose Yulan Restaurant as the first place to gather. Because of this, Yulan Restaurant had become the most high-end restaurant in Sky Dragon City. Even if you had money, you might not be able to enter. So, right now, the people gathered outside the door were basically all people with status in Sky Dragon City. But now, they could only complain. No one dared to barge in and reason with the dragons. Big brother, what's going on? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were mixed in the crowd. Looking at the tightly shut door, they looked at the middle-aged fatso beside them and asked, "Isn't it just those dragons? These people are too unreasonable." As soon as they entered the restaurant, they asked the waiters to come here. "Look at us, we were all chased out by them." The middle-aged fatso said unhappily. "In that case, there are only Shangguan Fenglan and her sister and the people from the Dragon Clan in Yulan Tower?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. I wonder what's going on inside." The middle-aged fatso said with some worry. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, "Big brother, you know Shangguan Fenglan? Who in Sky Dragon City doesn't know these sisters?" The middle-aged fatso rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "What I mean is, since you care so much about them, do you have a particularly good relationship with them?" "Relationship? It's not that good. We just know each other." However, this pair of sisters are usually gentle and never put on airs. Everyone likes them. So now that something like this has happened, we are all somewhat worried. The middle-aged fatso sighed. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. She didn't expect these two women to be so popular. "Qin Dage, do you want to go in?" Fire Lotus asked. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. Was there a need to ask? If he didn't go in, how could he ensure the safety of Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Fenglan? Qin Feiyang looked around and saw a small alley not far away. He transmitted his voice, "Follow me." The two of them turned and squeezed through the crowd and walked into the alley. Fire Lotus said, "Qin Dage, promise me you can go in, but don't be rash." "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang smiled and brought Fire Lotus into the castle. Then he controlled the castle and flew in through a half-closed window on the second floor. Inside the restaurant it was very quiet. The hall was empty. There was not a single person in sight. But outside the private room on the top floor, dozens of waiters stood neatly and respectfully on both sides of the corridor. From time to time, there would be laughter coming out from the private room. Obviously, the two sisters and the dragons were all in that private room. Qin Feiyang then steered the ancient castle and quietly flew into the private room. Immediately, an extremely indulgent scene entered his line of sight. The group of dragons, some of them were sitting in the tea room with their legs crossed, some of them were sitting at the dining table, crazily drinking. They looked like a group of hooligans. The burly man was also sitting at the dining table, drinking intoxicatedly while talking to Shangguan Fenglan. His hands were also very naughty. From time to time, he would take advantage of them, and he was unscrupulous. However, it was not too much for now. At most, he would just touch their hands. The burly man looked at Shangguan Qiu and said with a smile, "The wine in your Yulan restaurant is really good." "It's good that you like it," Shangguan Qiu said with a smile on his face, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was a forced smile. "Although the wine is good, the attitude of you two sisters is making me very unhappy." The burly man put down his wine cup and leaned back against the chair, crossing his arms and looking at the two of them. "Our attitude?" The two of them were puzzled. "That's right. What I want to see is a sincere smile, not a forced one. You should know. If you don't serve us well today, what will happen to Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion?" The burly man's eyes were filled with a cold smile. "Please forgive us, sir." The two sisters quickly got up and said respectfully. The burly man raised his hand, rubbed his chin, and looked at the two of them. He chuckled and said, "I can forgive you, but it depends on your performance." The rest of the people immediately looked at Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu. Their eyes were also unscrupulous. Shangguan Fenglan endured the humiliation and said respectfully, "Please enlighten us, sir." "Take it off," the burly man said. "Take it off?" The two girls were stunned. The burly man laughed and said, "Yes, take off all your clothes." "What?" The two sisters' faces turned pale. They were asked to take off all their clothes in front of so many people? What are you afraid of? We're all on the same side. The burly man laughed and said, Sir, we only said that we would receive you. We didn't say that we would agree to your unreasonable requests. Shangguan Fenglan could no longer bear it. She stood in front of Shangguan Qiu and shouted angrily at the burly man. Unreasonable requests, the burly man murmured. His face suddenly darkened. Immediately, he suddenly got up, stretched out his hands, and grabbed the two's long hair. He shouted, I gave you face, but you don't want it? Shangguan Fenglan endured the pain and said in a deep voice, Sir, although you are a noble dragon, you can't act recklessly. Huh. The burly man looked up and laughed. He let go of the two's hair and said, This is called acting recklessly? All right then, this seat will let all of you witness what is called true recklessness and recklessness right now. Smack! As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped the two on the face. Caught off guard, the two sisters flew out on the spot and hit the ground. The burly man returned to his seat and shouted, Strip them! As soon as this was said, the others immediately got up and surrounded the two sisters with smiles on their faces. This is too much. Inside the ancient castle, Fire Lotus's face was covered with frost. How were these noble dragons? They were simply a group of barbaric beasts. Can you bear it? Qin Feiyang opened his mouth, his tone filled with a shocking killing intent. Fire Lotus was slightly stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. No matter what you do, I will support you. Pooh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and chuckled. Then let's make a scene. Let them all come and not return. Immediately, he drove the castle and left the restaurant. Shua. In less than 3 breaths, he appeared above the restaurant. Moreover, he had already restored his true appearance. Boom. Without a word, a terrifying divine power surged out and blasted into the Yulan restaurant. It's Jianghu Yen. No, I should call him Qin Feiyang now. He's actually in Sky Dragon City. Look at his aggressive manner. Could it be that he's here to find trouble with the dragons? What are you still standing there for? Retreat. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes that were filled with killing intent, everyone knew that he was not here with good intentions. Therefore, after regaining their senses, they immediately dispersed. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise. The Yulan restaurant instantly collapsed. Dust and smoke billowed, covering all directions. You're courting death. Accompanied by an angry roar, the dragons and a group of people rushed out with ashen faces. Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu also appeared on the other side. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the air, their faces were full of gratitude. If it were not for Qin Feiyang's sudden appearance, they would not have been able to escape today. However, while they were grateful, they were also somewhat suspicious. Why was Qin Feiyang here? And he just happened to make a move at this time? Was it a coincidence? If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. If it was not a coincidence, did it mean that Qin Feiyang had been secretly watching them? Long Zun and a group of people rushed into the sky and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing opposite them. They were slightly stunned. One of them said, He seems to be Qin Feiyang? It's him. The group of people's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. What did I, Qin Feiyang, do to make you chase me all the way to the northern region? Qin Feiyang laughed. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu. Because if he showed concern for Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu, then these people of dragons would definitely not let the two sisters go. Therefore, he had to express that this time he was here to make trouble for the dragons. Moreover, he wanted to draw all of their attention to him. In this way, these people of dragons would have no time to harass Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be qualified to make us chase them all the way to the northern region, but you, Qin Feiyang, are different. If you know what's good for you, then come with us obediently. Sure enough, the group of people's attention was all focused on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang joked, What's in it for me to go with you? You still dare to be arrogant? It seems that you still haven't figured out your current situation. I originally thought that you would hide with us, but I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to come here to die. Should I say that you're naive? Or should I say that you're stupid? The burly man sneered. You all came to find me in person. If I still hide and don't see you, how rude would that be? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You're really not nervous at all? The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, the person who is going to die today is not me. Why should I be nervous? Then why don't you tell me who is going to die today? The burly man joked. Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, of course it's you and your companions. The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment and said, so, you came here to kill us? Isn't it obvious? Qin Feiyang spread out his hands and said, huh. The group of people suddenly raised their heads and laughed, their laughter full of ridicule. Chapter 2231. Laugh as much as you want. Qin Feiyang chuckled and instantly disappeared into the void. Concealment technique. The smiles on their faces suddenly froze and they quickly released their divine consciousness. But they couldn't find anything in the surrounding void. What's going on? Even my divine consciousness can't capture him? Does he have a celestial stone? That's impossible. Even the divine land doesn't have many celestial stones. How could he have one? Could it be that Qin Badian gave his celestial stone to him? The group of people was shocked and doubtful. Come to the Sky Dragon Sea, let's fight to the death. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded outside the city. Sky Dragon Sea. The group of people's eyes flashed coldly as they flew toward the Sky Dragon Sea with a terrifying aura. This Qin Feiyang is as arrogant as ever. Yeah, he even dares to challenge the dragons. It's all thanks to him this time. Otherwise, Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu would definitely be in trouble. The people were discussing. Sister, what should we do? Shangguan Qiu looked at the backs of the burly man and the others, his face full of worry. What else can we do? We don't dare to offend the dragons, nor do we have the ability to offend them. Now we can only pray for him. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. But he's alone, how can he be a match for these people? These people are all experts in the ninth heaven realm. Shangguan Qiu said. I know. But if we help him now, it's tantamount to letting down his efforts. Because he showed up to save us. He doesn't want us, the ninth heaven palace and the treasure pavilion to be implicated, do you understand? Shangguan Fenglan said. Shangguan Qiu fell silent, looking in the direction of the Sky Dragon Sea with a complicated look in his eyes. Trust him. Since he dares to come out, he must have some confidence. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. Shangguan Qiu nodded. Meanwhile, Qin Feiyang had already opened the altar and descended on the seaside. He scanned the surroundings and didn't see Hui. He shouted, Hui, where are you? Come out quickly. A fiery red figure suddenly rushed out from the left side of the forest. It was Hui. However, Qin Feiyang was currently in an invisible state. Furthermore, he was wearing the divine moon jade pendant. Therefore, Hui could only hear his voice and not know where he was. Qin Feiyang flew over and grabbed Hui's shoulder. Hui immediately entered stealth mode. Why you here? Hui was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, enter the heavenly dragon sea first. Where to? Hui asked. Whatever. Qin Feiyang said. Alright. Hui nodded, casually choosing a direction. He flew into the heavenly dragon sea. Boom. Right at this moment, the burly man and the others landed on the beach. They didn't activate the altar and flew over directly. One could imagine how fast they were. Damn, why did they chase after us? Hui was shocked. Qin Feiyang sighed. In the end, he still told Hui about Shangguan Fenglan's encounter. What? They actually bullied Lan? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, Hui was furious when he heard this. Don't be impulsive. Wait for me to activate the slaughter domain first. Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted him. You don't need to activate the slaughter domain, I'm enough to kill them. Hui smiled and shook off Qin Feiyang. He instantly disappeared from his stealth and appeared above the sea. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The burly man and the others were currently scanning the sea. Suddenly seeing Hui appear, they were slightly stunned. Then, a trace of joy crawled up their faces. They entered the heavenly dragon sea like lightning and surrounded Hui. That burly man asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang was actually standing beside Hui, scanning the group of people with his brows tightly knitted together. Hui sneered, "To kill you I'm enough. Do you still need Qin Feiyang?" The burly man was stunned. He looked at Hui and laughed. "Are you talking in your sleep? You're just a great perfection war god, and you dare to speak so arrogantly?" "Great perfection war god," Hui whispered. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "You guys are only at the great perfection of the 9 heavens realm. What are you being arrogant for?" The burly man and the others were stunned. There must be something wrong with this person's brain. How many times was the difference between a great perfection war god and a great perfection of the 9 heavens realm? It could be said that they were not on the same level at all. He actually dared to be so fearless. If he wasn't crazy, then what was? Boom. All of a sudden, a monstrous aura erupted like a volcano. The void here suddenly distorted. The sky was also trembling. Monstrous waves were set off in the sea below. And under the impact of this aura, Qin Feiyang's concealment technique also disappeared immediately. But at this moment, none of the burly man's group looked at Qin Feiyang. Their gazes were all fixed on Hui, filled with disbelief. Because that aura came from Hui. Qin Feiyang was also shocked to the extreme. The aura that Hui was emitting at this moment was even stronger than the burly man and the others by a level. This guy was an undead stage? Originally, I didn't want to reveal my strength because I thought it was fun to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. But I didn't expect that you guys would bully Lan. This is something that I absolutely cannot forgive. Hui laughed sinisterly. "Lana? Are you talking about Shangguan Feng Lan?" The burly man frowned. "What do you think? Lan is my woman. If you dare to touch her, then you are courting death." Hui shouted angrily. His majesty rolled out like a tide, instantly enveloping all directions. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the burly man and the others, there were stormy waves in their hearts. Because under this pressure, they found that they couldn't move. Qin Feiyang was a different story. Although he had opened the door of potential, he was only a half-step divine lord after all. But the burly man and the others were all at the peak of the 9th heaven realm. They were only one step away from the half-step undead stage. But now they couldn't move. Didn't this mean that the strength of the person in front of them had really stepped into the undead stage? Half-step undead, who exactly are you? The burly man was shocked and angry. Does it matter who I am? The corner of Hui Yi's mouth lifted. He took a step forward and landed beside one of them. His big hand stretched out like an eagle's claw, grabbing that person's head and then gently squeezing. Accompanied by a cracking sound, that person's head burst open on the spot, blood staining the sky. And after that person died, he also recovered his true body. It was a fire dragon that was hundreds of feet long. He killed a peak 9th heaven realm cultivator with a raise of his hand? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The burly man and the others were also trembling physically and mentally. This strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? The burly man's eyes widened in anger as he roared, "How dare you kill dragons? You're simply tired of living. When Lord Ancestral Dragon descends, no matter who you are, you will die. Even if I die, you won't have the chance to see it." Hui chuckled. The burly man shouted, "Quickly recover your true body, break the pressure, and run." Boom! The group's aura suddenly erupted. As waves of fire surged out, 27 fire dragons appeared in the void in an instant. Each of them was hundreds of feet long, like mountain ridges, lying across the void. The dragon's power shook all directions. "Is it useful?" Hui chuckled and raised his hand in the air. A wisp of flame spewed out from his fingertip. Although it was only a wisp, the world suddenly seemed to have turned into a big furnace. The void melted and the sea evaporated. The sea beasts lurking in the sea were instantly turned into ashes. Qin Feiyang had already entered the ancient castle. When he saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. It turned out that whether it was killing Yu Zijie or attacking the fire dragon in the deepest part of the castle, this guy relied on his own strength and did not rely on the palace master token. Accompanied by a cold shout, the wisp of flame turned into an arrow and instantly sank into the head of a fire dragon. With a wail, the fire dragon's head also shattered on the spot. The burly man transformed into a fire dragon roared. The other fire dragons were also terrified. The ancestral dragon hasn't come yet, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think you dragons are invincible? Today, I'll be a dragon slayer. I'll let you have a taste of despair and fear. Hui laughed coldly. Flames rolled out. The world was instantly drowned by the waves of fire. The void turned into chaos, and the sky collapsed crazily. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was incomparably terrifying. No, the group of fire dragon roared in horror. The flames were like heavenly fire, and even the dragon scales on their bodies were melting. However, facing the group of fire dragon begging for mercy, the sneer on Hui Yi's face became even thicker. Human, I guarantee that you will bring disaster to your northern region. When the ancestral dragon arrives, the northern region will flow with rivers of blood and millions of corpses. The group of fire dragon roared hysterically. Even if the ancestral dragon comes, you will still die. Hui laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, the waves of fire drowned the group of fire dragon. Roar, roar. Accompanied by a series of shrill cries, the 27 fire dragons died one after another, leaving behind only corpses that were almost cooked. Immediately after, Hui withdrew his divine power, and the world gradually returned to calm. Glancing at the floating corpses of the fire dragon, Hui grinned and laughed. This is the price for bullying Lan. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the Sky Dragon mountain range, a white-haired old man stood against the wind, looking at Hui who was standing above the sea from afar. It was Elder Wei who was guarding the stairway to heaven. He witnessed the entire process, but he didn't say anything. He only sighed softly, then turned and left. Chapter 2232. Above the sea. When everything returned to normal, Qin Feiyang appeared beside Hui. How was it? Is it awesome? Hui looked at Qin Feiyang complacently. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to care about him as he looked at the fire dragon corpses that were still floating in the air. Hui was stunned and asked puzzledly, seeing me display such a powerful strength, you don't have anything to ask? If I ask, will you answer? Qin Feiyang asked. Hui shook his head. Then why would I ask? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Hui was stunned and said helplessly, all right, consider it my unrequited love, how should we deal with these fire dragon? Are their divine souls still here? Qin Feiyang asked. Hui said, other than the 2 fire dragon whose heads were blown up, the rest of their divine souls are still here. Then take out their divine souls, we can refine Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill in the future. As for their bodies, might as well send them to Sky Dragon City and distribute them to everyone. After all, the descent of the dragons has frightened the people of Sky Dragon City. Just treat it as compensation for them. Qin Feiyang laughed. You are really generous, to actually give them the dragon meat. Hui was speechless. So much, can the 2 of us finish it? Moreover, we haven't even started eating the fire dragon that we killed last time. Qin Feiyang said. All right. But aren't you afraid that the ancestral dragon will descend and take his anger out on them? Fire dragon frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, as you said, the ancestral dragon will also die when he descends. Hui laughed out loud. This matter was getting more and more interesting. After taking out the dragon souls, the 2 of them brought the 28 fire dragon and flew towards the coast. As for the dragon souls, there were a total of 26 of them, and they no longer had consciousness. Sky Dragon City. The storm caused by the arrival of the dragons still hadn't subsided. They were also discussing the outcome of the battle between Qin Feiyang and the dragons. Did the dragons kill Qin Feiyang? Or would Qin Feiyang create a miracle and slay the dragons? Shangguan Fenglan had already returned to Jiutian Palace. However, Shangguan Qiu stood above the ruins of Yulan Tower and did not leave. She looked in the direction of the sea of heavenly dragons, her face filled with worry. Swish! Suddenly, two figures descended. At the same time, streaks of terrifying dragon might emerged. These two people were Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. As for the dragon's might, it was naturally emitted by the 28 fire dragons. Although he was already dead, because he had just died, his dragon might had not been completely released yet. Have the dragons returned? Then wouldn't Qin Feiyang have already been killed? Once the dragon might appeared, the entire Sky Dragon City once again fell into a tense atmosphere. Everyone was in danger. However, when everyone raised their heads to look, their expressions suddenly froze. Amazing! Awesome! He's simply my idol. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi who had returned safely, and then looking at the 28 dead fire dragons, everyone couldn't help but roar. Then they looked at Shangguan Qiu. At this moment, she was in a daze. Did he really manage to kill all of these dragons? The most shocking thing was that whether it was Qin Feiyang or Hui Yi, there wasn't a single injury on their bodies. Everyone, because of me, you were frightened by the dragons. I'm very sorry. Now, I'll give these 28 fire dragons to everyone. Consider it a little compensation for everyone. These 28 fire dragons are all powerhouses of the Nine Heavens realm. The essence of their flesh and blood is no less than divine elixirs. But don't fight for it. It's best if everyone gets a share. After Qin Feiyang finished saying those words, he waved his hand. The 28 fire dragons, accompanied by loud rumbling noises, landed in the central plaza in succession. Nine Heavens Realm? What realm is that? How come I've never heard of it? That's because you're ignorant. The Nine Heavens Realm is a realm above the Paragon God realm. Can you imagine how powerful a Nine Heavens Realm consummate divine dragon is? Their flesh and blood are truly divine elixirs to us war gods and divine lords. Even Paragon gods would benefit immensely from it. That powerful? Quick, go split some. Don't let the people around the plaza take it all. If you want to go, go. I'm not going. Why? Haven't you thought about it? Even the people of Nine Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion are so afraid of the dragons, let alone us. As for Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi, they killed 28 fire dragons from the Dragon Clan. Do you think the Dragon Clan will let this matter rest? Sooner or later, even more powerful dragons will descend. When the dragons find out that we ate their flesh, will the dragons let us go? Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi clearly don't have good intentions. They want to drag us down with them. I won't fall for it. That makes sense. Wave after wave of discussions rose and fell. Qin Feiyang listened to these discussions with a helpless expression. He was purely being kind, but he didn't expect to be misunderstood. Don't worry. As long as Hui Yi and I are here, the dragons will never step into the northern region. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Do you have this ability? Previously, the dragons said that there seems to be an ancestral dragon coming to our northern region. Are you sure you can deal with that ancestral dragon? People asked. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently, 100% sure. Awesome. We believe in you. Brothers, let's go and get the dragon meat. The crowd roared as they rushed toward the central square. Brother Qin, can you not drag me down with you? The ancestral dragon is known as the strongest under the dragon sovereign. I'm not his opponent at all. Hui Yi was speechless. These 28 fire dragons were all killed by you. Do you still need me to drag you down with me? Qin Feiyang said. But the ancestral dragon doesn't know. He will definitely think that you killed them. If he wants to settle the score, he will naturally come looking for you. Hui Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui Yi smiled sinisterly, so I'm not worried at all. You, on the other hand, be careful. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, Let's go back to the Sky Dragon Sea. We must stop the ancestral dragon in the Sky Dragon Sea. Hui Yi said, let's do another pot of dragon meat and eat while we wait. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and smiled. Then this time, I have to accompany you for a few drinks. Of course. What's the fun of eating dragon meat without drinking? Hui said. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened an altar. Qin Feiyang. But just as Qin Feiyang turned around and was about to step on the altar, a voice sounded behind him. Hui Yi's mouth suddenly pursed into a meaningful smile. Because the owner of this voice was Shangguanqiu. Qin Feiyang frowned. He couldn't tell that he was deliberately keeping a distance, and now he took the initiative to call him. He sighed helplessly and turned to look at Shangguanqiu. But the moment he turned around, a fragrant wind came to his nose. A soft and delicate body fell into his arms. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked down. The person in his arms was Shangguanqiu. He was petrified on the spot. This woman was too bold. Now they were in front of everyone. When he came back to his senses, he immediately reached out to push Shangguanqiu away. However, Shangguanqiu held on to him tightly and refused to let go. The smile on Hui Yi's face became wider. It seemed that he would be a family with this guy in the future. Steward, this is not very appropriate. Look at the people below, they are all watching. Qin Feiyang said anxiously. Shangguanqiu not only refused to let go but also cried. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Hui Yi for help. Hui Yi crossed his arms and looked like he was joking. He had no intention to help at all. Look, guys, look, Shangguanqiu and Qin Feiyang are hugging. They are really a couple. They are hugging. What does it have to do with you? What's there to see? Do you want Shangguanqiu to like you? Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? Let's go, don't ruin the atmosphere here. Let's go and get the dragon meat. If we are late, it will be gone. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang was embarrassed and at a loss. He said in a low voice, can you stop crying? People who don't know will think that I am bullying you. Shangguanqiu cried even more fiercely. Her tears wetted Qin Feiyang's shirt. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He raised his hand and patted Shangguanqiu's shoulder gently, comforting her in a low voice. After a while, Shangguanqiu calmed down, but she still did not let go of Qin Feiyang. You have cried. I have comforted you. What else do you want? I am a man with a family. Don't let people misunderstand. Qin Feiyang frowned. I know you have someone you like, but I don't care. Shangguanqiu finally spoke. Qin Feiyang was stunned. There is no reason to like someone. Like is like. Even if you have a family, I will still like you. Actually, I have been trying to control this feeling. Because I don't want to make things difficult for you. But just now, when you took the dragons to the Sea of Sky Dragons, I found that I could not control it at all. I am so scared that you will die in their hands, Shangguanqiu whispered. Is this a confession? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If this is not a confession, then what is? You really don't know how lucky you are. Think about my Lan. When will she take the initiative to confess to me? Hui sighed. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at him with disdain and said secretly, you actually want a woman to confess to you. Are you still a man? Are you still a man? You still have the cheek to talk about me? Hui Yi said angrily. Why don't I have the cheek to talk about you? Shangguanqiu took the initiative to confess to me because, when Qin Feiyang said this, he seemed to be unable to find a reason to refute. Because of what? Tell me. Hui Yi looked provocative. Because I don't have such expectations at all. Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily, looked down at Shangguanqiu, and sighed. You know it is impossible between us. I know. You are a devoted person. But because of your devotion, you are more charming and make me more infatuated with you. Shangguanqiu said. Chapter 2233. Qin Feiyang looked helpless. He really didn't know what to do. Shangguanqiu suddenly stood up from Qin Feiyang's arms, looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of woman who pesters. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then breathed a sigh of relief. I said this just to express my feelings because it's really uncomfortable to keep it in. As for whether you like me or not, that's your right and freedom. I won't force you. Okay. I've said what I need to say. I have to get back to work. After saying that, Shang Guanqiu turned and ran away before Qin Feiyang could react. Hui Yi looked at Shang Guanqiu's back, shook his head, and said, "What a sensible woman." Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and sighed, "That's why I can't hurt her." "You really don't have any feelings for her?" Hui Yi frowned. "To be honest, I really don't. In fact, sometimes I feel quite strange. Why can't I be moved by such an outstanding and beautiful woman? Later, I thought that it's probably because I really can't tolerate other women." Qin Feiyang said. Yu Hui shook his head. Although he was a little ignorant, his single-mindedness was really admirable. Such a man was indeed more attractive to women. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi smiled and said, "Okay, brother-in-law." "What the hell?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "It's only a matter of time before I marry Lon. If you marry Shang Guanqiu, then you'll be my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, please take care of me in the future." Hui Yi stretched out his hand and grinned. "Get lost," Qin Feiyang shouted. "Why did he make such a fuss? What? They actually killed those fire dragon? 9 Heaven Palace." Shangguan Fenglan and the Great Elder were worrying about how to deal with the dragons, but they suddenly received news from Wang Yun that the fire dragon of the dragons had all been killed. This made them instantly fall into a state of shock. The strength of these two people was a little too terrifying, wasn't it? "Are you sure?" When she came back to her senses, Shangguan Fenglan quickly looked at Wang Yun's virtual image and asked. "Absolutely. Now, the people of Sky Dragon City are all in the central plaza, crazily fighting for dragon meat." Wang Yun said. "Snatch dragon meat?" Shangguan Fenglan and Grand Elder were stunned. "They distributed the dragon meat to everyone. To be honest, I want to get some too." Wang Yun smiled. Who wouldn't want the dragon meat of a 9 Heavens realm full circle? But as a law enforcer of 9 Heavens Palace, without Shangguan Fenglan's permission, she didn't dare to interfere. "It's been distributed to everyone." Shangguan Fenglan frowned and suddenly said angrily, "Aren't they messing around? Are they trying to kill everyone?" At first, there were people who had such doubts, but Qin Feiyang promised in public that he wouldn't let the ancestral dragon of the dragons step into the north region. Wang Yun said, "Won't let the ancestral dragon step into the north region?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and suddenly thought of something. She said in surprise, "Is he going to hunt the ancestral dragon?" Wang Yun said, "He didn't say it clearly, but that's probably what he means." "Can't this kid stop for a while? Hunt the ancestral dragon? With his and Hui Yi's strength, how can they do it?" Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. "That might not be the case." Grand Elder suddenly said. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and looked at Grand Elder suspiciously. She asked, "What do you mean?" "Think about it, facing 28 9 Heavens realm full circle divine dragons, they could all kill them in such a short time. How can their strength be ordinary?" Grand Elder sighed. "But the ancestral dragon is an ultimate existence in the imperishable realm, far from those 9 Heavens realm full circle divine dragons. Do you still remember back then? An ancestral dragon led 50 divine dragons and almost destroyed our 9 Heavens Palace. And our palace master died in the hands of that ancestral dragon without any ability to fight back." Shangguan Fenglan said. "Of course I remember. I still remember that it was the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. If I don't take revenge, I won't be satisfied even if I die." Grand Elder suddenly stood up, his eyes full of murderous intent. Shangguan Fenglan's expression changed and she hurriedly said, "Please don't be angry, I didn't mean to mention this. Even if you don't mention it, I will often think of these things. Every time I recall the scene of the palace master's death, I can't wait to immediately kill my way to the divine land and turn that beast into ashes. But I don't have the guts. I'm really useless." Grand Elder clenched his hands and cried out in sorrow. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. The strength of the dragons really made people despair. Grand Elder returned to his chair dejectedly, but a smile slowly appeared on his face. Shangguan Fenglan looked at him suspiciously. Although this old man is incompetent, this old man believes that there will be a day when Qin Badian and Qin Feiyang will make the Dragon Clan disappear from this world. Grand Elder said. This, Shangguan Fenglan looked at Grand Elder in shock. The Great Elder said, "Are you thinking, this old man hates them so much, but why do I appreciate them so much now?" Shangguan Fenglan nodded. This is also Qin Feiyang's credit. His actions have moved this old man. Since he entered the Empyrean Palace, I've been letting you use him. Later, I even let Wu Changtian go to the Sea of Heavenly Dragons to hunt him down. But until now, he hasn't cared about these things. Instead, he has been helping the Empyrean Palace. This time, for you sisters, he didn't hesitate to fight the dragons. The human heart is made of flesh. How can I be indifferent when he repaid evil with good? So now, I don't have much hatred for him. Grand Elder said. Phew. Hearing this, Shangguan Fenglan heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. Because she had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Actually, you were right in the past. I'm too stubborn. Maybe it's because I'm old. When I encounter problems, I like to go to a dead end. Now, it's the world of you young people. Fenglan, you have to work hard. Because the Grand Elder of the Empyrean Palace will be you sooner or later. Grand Elder smiled. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. This old man knows your abilities best. You're the most suitable successor. Grand Elder said. This isn't good. This sudden surprise made Shangguan Fenglan a little flustered. Enough. Go to your work. Grand Elder waved his hand. Shangguan Fenglan responded respectfully, then glanced at Grand Elder, turned around, and left. Wang Yun's phantom also dissipated. The Great Elder was the only one left. Qin Badian, please don't let me down. You must destroy the dragons and avenge the palace master. Grand Elder muttered to himself through the door as if he was looking at the distant and unreachable divine land. Sky Dragon Sea. Seaside. Qin Feiyang and Hui stood side by side on a huge rock, looking at the sea ahead. Hui asked, "Do you think Ancestral Gragon will rush to the northern region immediately after receiving the news?" Probably not. After all, the two people who went to report don't know our whereabouts. So I think they will continue to search the Sky Dragon Sea. After all, there's no place better than the Sky Dragon Sea to hide. Qin Feiyang said. Hui said, "Then won't it take a while for them to arrive?" Maybe. But we can't be careless. After all, we don't know what Ancestral Gragon is thinking. I think we should first gather enough blood to open the slaughter domain, just in case. Qin Feiyang said. I think so too. The situation in the deepest part of the slaughter domain must not happen again. Hui said. Qin Feiyang nodded. If there was enough blood at that time, if he was prepared in advance, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Ancestral Gragon at all. Then let's go. First, gather the blood in the Black Tortoise realm. As soon as Ancestral Gragon appears, we'll start fighting. Hui's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the two of them rushed into the sea without looking back. Soon they disappeared without a trace. This was a battle that concerned the survival of the northern region, so there must be no mistakes. Chapter 2234. In the evening of the same day, the Treasure Pavilion and Nine Heavens Palace issued an order to prohibit anyone from stepping into the Heavenly Dragon Sea. Because they knew that Qin Feiyang duo would definitely block the Ancestral Dragon in the Heavenly Dragon Sea, so they were afraid of harming the innocent. At the same time, Shangguan Fenglan also personally entered the Heavenly Dragon Sea to look for Qin Feiyang duo. Because she wanted to understand what exactly happened in the half a year that Qin Feiyang's group entered the Heavenly Dragon Sea. And why did Mu Tianyang go missing? But after searching for half a day in the Heavenly Dragon Sea, they did not find any traces of the two, as if they had vanished into thin air. The next evening, two young men streaked across the sky like lightning and landed on the beach. It was Qin Feiyang and Hui. Now I can finally eat meat and drink without worry, Hui said with a smile. Then quickly go and prepare. Qin Feiyang smiled. Late at night, by the sea, a bonfire was burning. Beside it, there was a large iron pot with a cluster of pill fire below. It was the nether devil flame. Inside the iron pot, there was a large pot of dragon blood and dragon meat stewing. The fragrance of meat wafted in all directions, making people salivate. Qin Feiyang and Hui sat around the iron pot, eating heartily. There were also several wine jars beside them. Hui laughed loudly and said, "The feeling of eating meat and drinking wine like this is really good." The essence of this meat dragon is indeed not something that ordinary things can compare to. Qin Feiyang's face was flushed red. This was caused by absorbing the essence of the dragon meat. The strength of the fire dragon guarding the entrance of the divine land was about the same as the 28 fire dragons killed this time. Its flesh and blood contained incomparably majestic energy. This energy spread throughout his limbs and bones, filling every single cell in his body. He felt as if his body was about to explode. But Hui was not abnormal. It was as if this energy had no effect on him at all. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang suddenly got up and plunged into the sea. Boom! So, a powerful aura erupted, setting off stormy waves on the sea. After a while, Qin Feiyang rushed out of the sea with an ecstatic look on his face. The energy within this flesh and blood had allowed him to directly break through to the early Divine Lord realm. Calm down, calm down. Hui seemed to have expected this. He looked at Qin Feiyang and lightly smiled. But how could Qin Feiyang remain calm? One had to know. To break through from a half-step Divine Lord to an initial Divine Lord, one needed to refine 500 million soul stones. With his current speed, it would take him at least 10 years to refine 500 million soul stones. In other words, the energy from the flesh and blood had saved him more than 10 years of time. This was something that money couldn't buy. But when he calmed down, he walked to the bonfire and was about to drink and celebrate when his expressions suddenly froze. What is it? Hui looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Gradually, a hint of surprise crept up on his face, but it disappeared in an instant. Isn't it just breaking through to become an initial Divine Lord? Is there a need to be so excited? You've really never seen the world. Hui pouted. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the surrounding walls, his eyes full of surprise. The white-eyed wolf and fire lotus also stood beside Qin Feiyang, their eyes shining with surprise. On the 4 walls, star patterns appeared one after another, emitting a dazzling light. At a glance, they resembled numerous bright stars. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Little Qin Zi, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he said in surprise, "The 3rd seal has been opened." The 3rd seal has been opened? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback and asked, "Is there any benefit from opening the seal?" "Whether or not there are benefits, we'll know later," Qin Feiyang whispered. At this moment, the entire ancient castle was shrouded in brilliant starlight. Furthermore, the 2 humans and 1 wolf could clearly sense that the starlight contained a mysterious and unfathomable power. But what was it? They didn't know. A moment later, the star patterns on the walls gradually floated up and formed a pentagram pattern in the middle of the ancient castle. A vast aura burst out and filled every corner of the ancient castle. Under this aura, Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus, and the white-eyed wolf felt as small as dust in the universe. A moment later, the pentagram suddenly shrank and disappeared from the top of the castle like a fluorescent light. As the pentagram disappeared, the starlight also gradually dimmed. The white-eyed wolf and Fire Lotus looked at the ancient castle and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Everything in the ancient castle, including its size, height, and structure, was still the same as before. There were no changes. What's going on? They couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang, only to find that Qin Feiyang had closed his eyes. Fire Lotus and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, a trace of suspicion in their eyes, but they didn't disturb him. Very soon, Qin Feiyang's body started to tremble. His face was also full of joy. What made him so excited? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. It's probably a change in the ancient castle, but what exactly is the change? Fire Lotus was also very puzzled. The ancient castle now looked the same as before, but Qin Feiyang's temperament had always been very calm. If there wasn't a shocking change, he wouldn't be so excited. Swish. Finally, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at Fire Lotus and the white-eyed wolf in surprise. Fire Lotus and the white-eyed wolf thought that Qin Feiyang was going to say something, but after waiting for a while, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. Don't keep us in suspense, tell us quickly. The white-eyed wolf urged. Wasn't this torturing? It was torturing the wolf. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, the ancient castle's time rule has changed again. Time rule? The white-eyed wolf and Fire Lotus were stunned. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, could it be that time? That's right. Now, 1 day is equivalent to 10 years. Qin Feiyang said excitedly. What? 1 day is equivalent to 10 years. The white-eyed wolf and Fire Lotus were dumbfounded. In the past, 1 day was equivalent to 10 years, then 1 day was equivalent to 1 year, and now 1 day was equivalent to 10 years? In other words, in the future, if one cultivated in the ancient castle for 10 years, only 1 day would have passed outside? That's too perverted. Are you sure? The white-eyed wolf asked. If it was true, then cultivating in the ancient castle would be 10 times faster in the future. This was great news. It's absolutely true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ha! The white-eyed wolf immediately burst into laughter. He didn't expect that the opening of the third seal would bring about such a heaven-defying change. In the past, it would take more than 10 years to break through from half-step Divine Lord to beginner Divine Lord. But now, it only took a little more than a year. This kind of shocking change, other than the word heaven-defying, it couldn't find any other words to describe it. Dan Wangkai blood Qilin, old Zhao, you bastards, you can slowly regret it. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but gloat. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then quickly calculate, how long will it take to break through from beginner Divine Lord to beginner Divine Lord? Qin Feiyang was speechless. I don't even know how many soul stones I can refine in a day. How do I calculate? That's true. The white-eyed wolf was stunned, then nodded and said, that's true. Every time he broke through to the next realm, the speed of refining soul stones would increase. When he was half-step Divine Lord, he could refine about 300 soul stones a day. When he broke through to beginner Divine Lord, it would definitely increase again. Wait for me, I'll calculate it carefully. Now, I'll take you to a place. Qin Feiyang said mysteriously. What place? The man and the wolf looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the change in the castle this time isn't just the time rule. What else? Fire Lotus asked. You'll know later. Qin Feiyang kept her in suspense. After he finished speaking, he walked to the wall on the left and raised his head to scan the wall. The white-eyed wolf and Fire Lotus also followed behind Qin Feiyang and looked at the wall. But after looking at it for a long time, they didn't find anything different. Qin Feiyang turned to look at them, then raised his arm, pressed it against the wall, and exerted a little force. Crack! Immediately, accompanied by a deafening sound, a crack appeared on the wall that was originally a single piece of wall. The white-eyed wolf and Fire Lotus were extremely surprised. They were quite clear about the castle. There was only one space in the entire castle. But now, a crack appeared on the wall. Did that mean that there was a second space in the castle? Boom! Qin Feiyang ignored Fire Lotus and white-eyed wolf's surprise and continued to push the wall. The crack on the wall became bigger and bigger. Soon, the shape of a stone door appeared on the wall. This is actually a door? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He stood up like a human and pushed the stone door with all his might. Rumble! With a low rumble, the stone door slowly opened. An incredible scene gradually appeared before the eyes of the two men and the wolf. Outside the door, there was actually a huge hall. The space of the hall was at least a few hundred feet. The floor was covered with black stone slabs that were as flat as a mirror. And in the four corners of the hall, there were 4 black stone pillars that were carved with dragons and phoenixes. They were extraordinary. However, there wasn't a single decoration in the hall, not even a table or chair. It seemed extremely empty. When the stone door was completely opened, the two men and the wolf stood at the door and scanned the hall. Their eyes were full of surprise. They really didn't expect the castle to have such a huge hall. In other words, the stone room they were in now was just a small room in the castle. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Let's go to the hall and take a look?" "Isn't that nonsense?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He stepped out of the stone door and landed in the center of the hall. Then he looked around. Fire Lotus and White-Eyed Wolf hurriedly followed. Standing in the center of the hall, they could see the entire castle. The hall was not only big, but also very tall. Looking up, it was more than 100 meters tall. And there was another floor above. In other words, there were a total of 2 floors in the castle. The first floor was the hall they were in now. The hall took up half of the space. On the left side of the hall, there were 3 rooms neatly arranged. And previously, they had walked out of the first room. The stone doors of the other 2 rooms were open and they could clearly see the scene inside. The 2 rooms were about the same size as the first room. They were also empty and filled with a sense of mystery. Chapter 2235. Looking at the second floor. An ancient stone staircase connected the hall to the second floor. There were also rooms on the second floor, a total of 7, and the doors were wide open. Outside the door, there was a long corridor. In other words, inside the castle, there was not only a hall, but also a total of 10 rooms. Actually, a long time ago, I guessed that there was more than one space in the castle. But I didn't expect the space to be so big. This is a complete palace. Qin Feiyang muttered. It's really unexpected. Fire Lotus whispered. White-eyed Wolf turned into a stream of light, excitedly flew up to the second floor, and went into the 7 rooms. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and also walked into the other 2 rooms on the first floor. There was really nothing in the empty stone rooms. Fire Lotus had been following beside Qin Feiyang the whole time. Looking around the stone room, she asked curiously, "Qin Dage, do these rooms and halls also have time arrays?" The time array covers the entire castle. Qin Feiyang nodded. Covers the entire castle? Fire Lotus was stunned and said, "Then, in that case, we don't have to squeeze in a room in the future? Each of us can have a room of our own here. To be exact, it's a cultivation room." Qin Feiyang smiled. The hall was a place for gatherings, and the 10 rooms were for closed-door cultivation. Fire Lotus said, "Then I have to decorate this place well." Decorate? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Is that necessary?" "Of course. This will be our home in the future. Things like tables, chairs, and coffee tables are indispensable." Fire Lotus said. "Home," Qin Feiyang muttered, turned around and walked out of the room, returned to the center of the hall, and looked around. This place was indeed like a home. But now it was a little cold. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "All right, you can decorate it well when you have time." White-eyed Wolf flew down from the second floor and said with a pout, "I thought there would be some treasure hidden here, but after searching all 7 rooms, there was nothing." Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Indeed, it was easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. No matter where he went, the first thing he thought of was treasures. White-eyed Wolf suddenly pointed to the area behind Qin Feiyang and Li Du, and said in surprise, "Look, there's a door there." Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong turned around to look. It was a very large stone door, which should be the entrance to the castle. The white-eyed wolf ran over, stretched out its claws, and pushed hard. Immediately, its body stiffened. The stone door didn't even budge. Can't open it? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and exerted all his strength, but the stone door still did not budge. "Little Qin Zi, what's going on?" White-eyed Wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "This door can't be opened." As soon as he entered the hall, he had already noticed the entrance to the castle. If it could be opened, he would have already pushed it open to see what was outside. White-eyed Wolf was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why can't it be opened?" In fact, there are more than 3 layers of seals in this castle. Qin Feiyang said. What? White-eyed wolf was shocked. When the third layer of seal was unlocked, a message came into my mind. If you want to open the door, you need to lift the seal on the castle by small beast. Qin Feiyang said. Damn small beast. White-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly turned cold. If small beast had not sealed the castle and taken away Chang Shui, they would not have been so passive all these years. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Then do you know what's outside the door? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In fact, he also wanted to open the door and go out to take a look. But when he thought of small beast's seal, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Then let's go out and eat dragon meat. Qin Feiyang had eaten dragon meat and broken through to the monarch god level. White-eyed wolf certainly would not miss such a great benefit. You can go out. I'll go and take a look at the pill scripture. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What about you? White-eyed wolf looked at Fire Lotus. I'm not interested in dragon meat. I'll stay here and decorate the castle. Fire Lotus said. You're not interested in dragon meat? White-eyed wolf looked at Fire Lotus in astonishment. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. Can't I be a vegetarian? Fire Lotus said helplessly. Fine. Little Qin Zi, send big brother out. White-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and White-eyed wolf immediately disappeared from the hall. Then he looked at Fire Lotus. What's wrong? Fire Lotus was suspicious. I'm very puzzled. The essence contained in dragon meat is enough for you to break through to the next level. Why aren't you tempted? Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus's eyes flickered. Okay, don't say it if you don't want to. I won't force you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to walk into the first cultivation room. Thank you. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, Fire Lotus murmured. Then, she scanned the ancient castle, thinking about how to decorate it. In the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the altar, opened the iron box, and flipped open the pill scripture. The 3 pill recipes were presented to Qin Nan. They were Nirvana pill, Mixed Essence pill, and Eternal Youth pill. Nirvana pill was the door to unlock the potential of the monarch god realm. Mixed Essence pill was the pill that allowed the monarch god to break through to the next level. However, when Qin Feiyang checked the formula of the Eternal Youth pill, he was slightly stunned. This Eternal Youth pill was used to extend one's life. It had the same effect as the life extension pill. But there was a difference. The Eternal Youth pill could extend one's life by at least 10,000 years. 1 pill pattern could extend one's life by 10,000 years, 2 pill patterns could extend one's life by 20,000 years, and so on. If it was a divine pill, it could extend one's life by 100,000 years. 100,000 years, what kind of concept was that? Qin Feiyang didn't even dare to think about it. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that even if one had taken the life extension pill before, taking the Eternal Youth pill now would still be useful. In other words, these 2 pills would not be affected by each other at all. However, there was one point that was the same as the life extension pill. No matter who it was, they could only take 1 Eternal Youth pill in their lifetime. At least 10,000 years. This pill is a bit heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang muttered. Then he looked at the herbs needed for the 3 pills. Hui, where's Qin Feiyang? But at this moment, a pleasant voice came into the castle. Shangguan Fenglan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He closed the pill scripture and left the castle. He saw Shangguan Fenglan standing in the sky, looking at Hui suspiciously. After Qin Feiyang appeared, Shangguan Fenglan's gaze immediately fell on Qin Feiyang. Why are you here? Hui didn't expect Shangguan Fenglan to come. He was stunned at first, then put down the wine jar and ran to Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan said unhappily, This is not your private territory. Are you the only ones allowed to come? No. I'm happy. Hui waved his hand. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and smiled. She landed next to the bonfire and looked at the dragon meat in the big iron pot. Then she looked at the white-eyed wolf who was wolfing it down. Her eyes suddenly showed a trace of surprise. Long time no see. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and asked suspiciously, have we met before? The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, you haven't met me, but I know you. Brother? The corner of Shengguan Fenglan's mouth twitched. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, where did this wolf cub come from? It's my partner. It's just that it has been cultivating in seclusion and hasn't shown itself, so no one knows of its existence. As for the way it speaks, you'll get used to it. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf looked up at Qin Feiyang in confusion and asked, is there something wrong with the way I speak? Eat your food and don't interrupt. Qin Feiyang glared at it, then looked at Shengguan Fenglan and said, Temple Master, did you come here specifically to find us? I came here yesterday, but I didn't see you. Now I'm just here to try my luck. I didn't expect to really meet you, and you're drinking and eating meat so leisurely. Aren't you nervous at all? Where did you go yesterday? Shengguan Fenglan threw out 2 questions in a row. Hui laughed and said, we've already made full preparations. Why should we be nervous? Qin Feiyang also showed a smile on his face. Full preparations? Shengguan Fenglan looked at the two in a daze. In the face of powerful dragons, even Ninth Heaven Palace and Treasure Pavilion did not dare to say such conceited words. She asked curiously, what preparations? A secret. Hui smiled mysteriously. Shengguan Fenglan rolled her eyes and said, did you really break into the divine land? Not really. It's the fire dragon that was guarding the entrance. Now the stew in this pot is its meat. Qin Feiyang said. That's not enough? Shengguan Fenglan was speechless and asked again. Then is there really an ancestral dragon coming to our northern region? We've seen this ancestral dragon and fought with it. It's the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan, and it's extremely powerful. Qin Feiyang nodded. There really is one. Shengguan Fenglan's heart sank. She really hoped that those people from the Dragon clan were just scaring everyone. Because whether it was Ninth Heaven Palace or Treasure Pavilion, they did not have the courage to face the ancestral dragon of the dragons. But this expectation was disappointed. Could the northern region survive the ancestral dragon's arrival safely? Hui comforted her, don't worry, we'll deal with the ancestral dragon. Shengguan Fenglan looked at the two and shook her head. Even if you have the ability, do you know that once the ancestral dragon dies in our northern region, the dragons will be furious? At that time, maybe the dragons will come out in full force, and it might even alarm the revered dragon to come to our northern region personally. We've thought about it. This is what we did, and it has nothing to do with you. Even if the revered dragon comes, he'll at most ask some questions. Moreover, we'll try our best to draw the dragon's attention to us. Hui said. I hope so. Shengguan Fenglan sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. I came to you because I have a piece of good news to tell you. Good news? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, what good news can there be in this situation? The great elder has abandoned the past and no longer hates you and your ancestor. And this morning, he personally went to the reclining treasure pavilion and apologized to the deputy pavilion master in person, and gave the deputy pavilion master the antidote for the bone-corroding spirit thread. Isn't that good news? Shengguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly asked, really? Shengguan Fenglan nodded. Then this is really good news. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He really did not expect that this stubborn old man would think things through. It seemed that his efforts were not in vain. Chapter 2236. Now, you don't have to worry about the great elder plotting against you. You can focus on dealing with the dragons. Shengguan Fenglan smiled. Yes. But the arrest warrant can't be revoked. After all, there is more than one dragon ancestor. Once the arrest warrant is revoked, Empyrean Palace will definitely be suspected by the dragons. In short, not only can they not revoke the arrest warrant, but they will also continue to pursue us. Qin Feiyang said. I know. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. Hui suddenly said, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to eliminate the dragon's suspicion of Empyrean Palace and the Treasure Pavilion. What do you mean? Shengguan Fenglan was suspicious. Hui said, haven't you heard about your sister's situation? My sister? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned for a moment before she suddenly thought of something. She frowned and said, "Are you talking about her confession to Qin Feiyang in Sky Dragon City yesterday?" Hui Yi nodded and said worriedly, "When she confessed, many people saw it. Once the dragons arrive and ask around, they will know about her relationship with Qin Feiyang." Shangguan Fenglan's heart sank. She said angrily, "That damn girl is too willful." Hui Yi said again, "At that time, it might even implicate you. After all, you are sisters. It seems that we have to think of a way to solve this matter." Shangguan Fenglan's gaze was heavy. "Kill them? There are so many people, can you kill them all? If we don't kill them all, then this matter will definitely not be able to be hidden. After all, not everyone will choose to keep this secret for us. Actually, this matter is also Qin Feiyang's fault." Hui said. "Blame me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui Yi said, "If you had fallen out with Shangguan Qiu at that time, there would be evidence left behind." "Weren't you there at that time?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Hui Yi said, "She confessed to you. What does it have to do with me?" Fine. It's all my fault." Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes flashed. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "How about this?" Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan suspiciously. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You'll have to suffer a little and be a bad person again." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "You pretended to hurt her and humiliated her in public. My sister is a very prideful person. If you do that, she will definitely hate you." Shangguan Fenglan said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he even had the urge to curse. Why did he come up with such a rotten idea? If he really did that, not only would Shangguan Qiu be hurt, but he would also be criticized for being heartless. Hui thought about it seriously and nodded. At present, this is the fastest and most effective idea. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said, "If you want to go, you can go. I don't want to be the bad guy. I have nothing to do with Shangguan Qiu. What's the use of going? As for Lan, don't even mention it. As Shangguan Qiu's sister, if she comes forward, it will be like a parent disciplining a child. It will make Shangguan Qiu more rebellious. Don't be so wishy-washy. As a man, you should be responsible." Hui Yi said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "When the time comes, I will be the one who will be criticized, not you. Of course, you can talk nonsense like this." Hui Yi said, "As long as we can eliminate the dragon's suspicion of Shangguan Qiu, what's the big deal about being criticized?" Qin Feiyang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This bastard was a classic example of someone who didn't know how to speak. As a man, you have to be responsible and aware. You can't implicate a weak woman just because of your reputation, especially a woman who likes you so much. Hui Yi sighed. "Can you not be so sarcastic?" Qin Feiyang glared at Hui angrily, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and frowned. "Do you really want to do this?" "Yes." "Cut the Gordian knot," Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But I have a small request." As his sister, she had no objections. What was he afraid of? Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and said, "This is all because of you. You have a request?" "What do you mean it's all because of me? Did I force your sister to confess to me in public?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Shangguan Fenglan was also angry and shouted, "If she didn't like you, would she have taken the initiative to confess to you?" "It's my fault." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Once a woman was unreasonable, there was really no way to deal with her. "Not your fault but mine?" Shangguan Fenglan glared at him. It's my fault. Just take it that I said something wrong. It's not a request. I'm asking you to do me a favor." Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "That's more like it." Shangguan Fenglan glared at him and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to help you with?" Qin Feiyang said, "Help me beat up a few people." "Looking for someone?" Shangguan Fenglan was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Who?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and divine power surged. The phantoms of 2 people and 1 beast quickly appeared in the void. That's right. It was Lin Yi, Tan Wu, and the infernal divine hound. Shangguan Fenglan looked at the two people and one beast and asked, "Who are they to you? Are they in the north region?" Qin Feiyang said, "They are in the north region, and they are considered to have a good relationship with me. As long as they are in the north region, then I am sure I can find them." Shangguan Fenglan said. Hui Yi leaned forward and whispered, You can't be too sure. If they change their appearance, where will you find them?" "It's okay. Anyway, I will continue to arrest you. Just now, I can use this arrest warrant to conduct a comprehensive search of the cities in the entire north region." Shangguan Fenglan said. "In other words, on the surface, you are searching for us, but in fact, you are helping Qin Feiyang find people?" Hui Yi asked. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. "My Lan is really smart." Hui chuckled. Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "Did others agree to it? And your Lan don't you have any shame?" "I like it. Why do you care? I think you're just jealous, and hateful." Hui Yi said proudly. "Jealous of you? You are thinking too much." Qin Feiyang sneered. Shangguan Fenglan looked at the two speechlessly and said indifferently, "I will go back first. You can make the arrangements." After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, she turned around and flew away. Wait. Qin Feiyang seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly called out. Shangguan Fenglan stopped and looked back at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "There are a few more people. You have to help me keep an eye out." "There are more?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded and condensed the demon ancestor, Dong Xingyang, and the demon dragon's phantoms. He said, "The three of them may not be in the north region, but I still want to confirm it." Shangguan Fenglan looked carefully for a while. After memorizing the appearance of the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang, she nodded and turned to leave. "Wait a little longer." Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and immediately said angrily, "Can you say it all at once?" Sorry. "This is the last time." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and condensed the phantoms of a man and a beast. That person was a middle-aged man. He was more than 9 meters tall and wore a snow-white robe that was spotless. His long hair draped over his shoulders and his facial features were well-defined. His eyes were especially special, as if they were condensed from black ice. They were crystal clear and flickered with strands of divine light. And that beast looked like a musk deer, but it had a head like a dragon's head and a huge tail like an ox's tail. Its body was also densely covered with scales. They looked like snake scales, but more like dragon scales. Moreover, on its head, there were 2 antlers. Its entire body was red and blooming with a bright light. "This is Fire Qilin." Hui looked at the beast and exclaimed. Shangguan Fenglan was also extremely surprised. "That's right. It's a Fire Qilin. And this man is also very important to me. But I can't be sure if they are in the north region. So I'll have to trouble Palace Master to help me find them," Qin Feiyang said. "I'll try my best." After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she turned around and quickly left. Hui Yi curiously looked at the middle-aged man's shadow and said, "Who is he? Why is he so important to you?" "The person who once saved my life," Qin Feiyang said. This middle-aged man was the divine beast uncle who occupied the Endless Sea. He had a deep impression of this person, not only because he had saved his life, but also because of the seal in this person's body. Back then, this person stirred up trouble and was finally suppressed by the ancestor and placed a seal in his body. If this seal was not lifted, his cultivation would forever remain at the false god realm. And last time, leaving the miracle. According to Tentai Li, this divine beast uncle wanted to enter the 3rd floor to find the ancestor in order to unlock the seal in his body. As for the Fire Qilin, according to Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound, he also left alone. Back then, since the ancestor could come to the ancient world from the 3rd floor, then there was probably an entrance to the ancient world on the 3rd floor. So he suspected. The Fire Qilin and the divine beast uncle were either on the 3rd floor or in the ancient world. Hui Yi asked suspiciously, How many of you have entered our ancient world? Qin Feiyang said, just these. Hui Yi teased, it seems that our ancient world is still very popular. The ancient world is strong because of its soul stones and divine crystals. Otherwise, it would be no different from other continents. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Hui Yi said, look at your disdainful face, then why did you come here? If it weren't to find the ancestor, the inner demons, and big cousin, would I come here? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. What? You actually have the inner demons? Hui was surprised. Don't mention it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He turned his head to look at the white-eyed wolf who was still wolfing down the food, and a smile appeared on his face. Although the inner demons were gone, at least there was still the white-eyed wolf, old Zhao, and the others to fight with him. He was not alone. It was just that the regret in his heart could not dissipate. Of course, there was also hatred for Ice Dragon. Although he was able to live back then because of the divine pill that Ice Dragon gave him, this blood debt could not be offset. Chapter 2237. The night passed. The next morning, dark clouds covered the sky and it started to rain heavily. Why is it still raining? Is it because some bastard is going to do something wicked today? Even the heavens can't stand it, so they're going to strike this bastard with lightning? Hui looked at the sky and said suspiciously. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he said angrily, do you know? I really want to strangle you. Hui grinned and said, do you want me to go and help you? It's best if you go for me. Qin Feiyang said. Hui laughed and said, then forget it, lest Lan misunderstands. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely and activated a teleportation altar. Hui grinned and said, be careful, maybe the heavens will really strike you with lightning. Damn you. Qin Feiyang suddenly roared and kicked at Hui. Hey! Hui flashed and instantly appeared a few miles away, his eyes full of mockery. I'll deal with you when I come back. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and leaped onto the altar. The purpose of this trip was naturally to go to the treasure pavilion and find Shangguanqiu. As for White-Eyed Wolf, he had already returned to the castle to cultivate in seclusion before dawn. After all, the castle's time rule was that one day was equivalent to 10 years. He couldn't waste it. And his cultivation had also stepped into the initial stage of the monarch god. The treasure pavilion. It was already bustling early in the morning. There were countless people going in and out. When Qin Feiyang arrived at the gate of the treasure pavilion, the two guards at the gate immediately became alert. The people going in and out also hurriedly retreated to the side, their eyes full of surprise. Why did this person come to the treasure pavilion so early in the morning? Wait a minute. Was he going to destroy the treasure pavilion again? When the treasure pavilion was destroyed, it had been rebuilt the next day. After all, the treasure pavilion's daily turnover was extremely large. If it was closed for a day, it would lose a lot of money. So, the building in front of him was brand new. Qin Feiyang, I'm telling you, don't mess around. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The two guards stared at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Am I the kind of person who would mess around? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. The two nodded seriously. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to walk towards the door. You can't go in. The two guards hurriedly stopped Qin Feiyang. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. You're still a wanted person, so you can't enter the treasure pavilion. If it wasn't for the steward's order, we would have already captured you the moment you appeared. Let's go. The enforcers of the Nine Heavens Palace are looking for you everywhere. When they receive the news, you won't be able to escape. The two guards said. Qin Feiyang sneered, what if I insist on going in? Then we can only offend you. The two guards said in a deep voice as an aura spread out. Stop. But at this moment, a shout was heard. A woman in a long white dress quickly walked out of the treasure pavilion. Greetings, steward. The two guards hurriedly bowed to salute. Shangguanqiu nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. You're here. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguanqiu said, then follow me in. Steward, you can't. The two guards' faces changed as they hurriedly stopped Shangguanqiu. What? Sheng Guanqiu raised his eyebrows. Steward, pavilion masters, he hasn't been revoked yet. How can you let him in? We can understand how you feel, but you have to consider the big picture. If you let him in now, how will people talk about the treasure pavilion behind our backs? The two guards said anxiously. You're right. Steward Shangguan, you can't ruin the reputation of the treasure pavilion because of personal affairs. The surrounding crowd also tried to persuade him. Sheng Guanqiu's face was a little pale. Qin Feiyang kept looking at Sheng Guanqiu without saying a word. His eyes were extremely complicated. It was obvious that Sheng Guanqiu had really fallen for him. This made him a little hesitant. Should he really hurt this woman? Although it was just a show, Sheng Guanqiu didn't know. She would definitely take it seriously. How sad would she be then? He really couldn't bear to hurt a woman who liked him like this. Qin Feiyang, if you don't want to implicate her, you'd better be quick. Suddenly, Shengguan Fenglan's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding crowd. But he didn't see Shengguan Fenglan. She should be hiding in the space divine item to supervise him. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly and muttered, "Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good." His face turned cold as he looked at Sheng Guanqiu and said, "Did I ask you to meddle in my business?" Sheng Guanqiu was stunned. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Sheng Guanqiu had helped him so much. How could he speak to her in such an indifferent tone? Don't flatter yourself. I don't need you to meddle in my business. Also, I'll never fall for a shameless woman like you. So please don't bother me again. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Sheng Guanqiu's delicate body trembled slightly when she heard this. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. Sheng Guanqiu is capable and beautiful. How is she not good enough for you? Who do you think you are? She likes you because your ancestors have accumulated good karma. Don't take it for granted. Do you understand? The crowd suddenly roared with righteous indignation. Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully, "You think too highly of her. If she didn't have a powerful master and sister, she wouldn't have been able to become the manager of the treasure hall. After all, it's only because of her connections. Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. I have achieved what I have today all because of my own ability." Sheng Guanqiu shouted. "Don't say that I look down on you. If you left your master and sister, who would listen to you? You obviously relied on your connections. Why don't you admit it? It seems that not only do you not know how to be humiliated, you're also a hypocritical woman." Qin Feiyang sneered. "You?" Sheng Guanqiu stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Her tears flowed like a spring. "Bastard! The manager has been taking good care of you. How dare you humiliate her in public? I won't forgive you." The two guards roared angrily. Their auras exploded and they pounced on Qin Feiyang. "You too?" Qin Feiyang sneered. A wisp of blood appeared and pierced through their ocean of qi at lightning speed. "Ah!" The two guards screamed in pain. They covered their lower abdomens and stared at Qin Feiyang with anger in their eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at them sarcastically. He sneered at Qin Feiyang and said, "See? This is my strength. What are you? Do you think I'll like you?" Sheng Guanqiu closed her eyes in pain. "You should know your place. It's not that I'm not good enough for you. It's that you're not good enough for me. I'll say it again. Don't bother me again. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, but I'll also destroy all the treasure pavilions in the northern region." Qin Feiyang sneered. He turned around and flew into the air. "Qin Feiyang, how dare you humiliate my sister in public? You're courting death. Where are the enforcers? Take him down." At this moment, Shengguan Fenglan, who had been hiding in the dark, finally showed up. She stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted angrily. As soon as she finished speaking, a large group of enforcers came from afar. The leader was really Wang Yun. Every one of them looked ferocious. "Damn it. Are you serious?" Qin Feiyang's face changed and he said angrily in secret. "If I'm not serious, how can I make people believe me? You'd better run for your life." Shengguan Fenglan laughed secretly. Then she ran to Shangguan and said with concern, "Sister, are you okay? Don't worry. I'll help you vent your anger." What a headache. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. He immediately used the attainment formula and fled out of the city. Wang Yun led a group of enforcers and chased after him aggressively. Serves him right. Why didn't I see that he was such a jerk before? We must catch him and vent our anger for Shangguan. The surrounding crowd also flew into the air angrily and chased after Qin Feiyang. This had really incurred the wrath of the crowd. Boom! With the arrival of a terrifying aura, an old man with white hair appeared in the sky above the treasure pavilion. It was the Deputy Pavilion Master. Deputy Pavilion Master, quickly take down Qin Feiyang. He humiliated the steward in public and wanted to kill us. The two guards whose chi-sees were destroyed immediately shouted angrily. What? This is outrageous. Hearing this, the Deputy Pavilion Master emitted a monstrous killing intent. He looked up at Qin Feiyang's back and disappeared in an instant. Boy, you're on your own now, Shangguan Fenglan murmured. Then she supported Shangguan and walked into the treasure pavilion. Outside the city, Qin Feiyang fled into the mountains without looking back. He was not afraid of Wang Yun and her group of enforcers. Under Shangguan Fenglan's deliberate arrangement, the most powerful enforcers were perfect Sir Gods. A mere perfect Sir God could not stop him now. However, the arrival of the Deputy Pavilion Master caught him off guard. This old man was one of the most powerful people in the North region. Although he was usually very kind, once he was angry, no one could stop him. Just like when he blocked Ninth Heaven Palace. Anyway, the Deputy Pavilion Master was someone who could never be angered. Very soon, Wang Yun and her group were shaken off by Qin Feiyang. However, the Deputy Pavilion Master's aura was getting closer and closer. How did Shangguan Fenglan do things? Didn't she know to inform the Deputy Pavilion Master of such an important matter in advance? Boy, stop running. Another moment passed. The Deputy Pavilion Master's voice suddenly rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at the Deputy Pavilion Master. What did this mean? Could it be that he had wronged Shangguan Fenglan and that Shangguan Fenglan had actually told the Deputy Pavilion Master? He stopped in his tracks suspiciously. Swoosh! The Deputy Pavilion Master teleported and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the panting Qin Feiyang, he said speechlessly, "If I wanted to kill you, do you think you could escape from Sky Dragon City with your speed?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "Last night, Shangguan Fenglan sent me a message and told me about your plan. I showed up just to cooperate with you." The Deputy Pavilion Master smiled. Immortal God of War. When you and Hui Yi destroyed my treasure pavilion in front of everyone, you caused my treasure pavilion to lose all face. The Vice Pavilion Master said. Isn't this because of the situation? Qin Feiyang felt wronged. But it's an indisputable fact that you destroyed my treasure pavilion. All right. Since we're putting on a show, we have to go all out. Are you ready? The Vice Pavilion Master said. Ready for what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Vice Pavilion Master did not answer, but a playful smile crept onto his face. Seeing that smile, Qin Feiyang had an ominous feeling in his heart. Immediately after, before he could react, the Vice Pavilion Master slapped him on the chest. Old bastard. Qin Feiyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a roar, and smashed into the mountains below like a meteorite. Several mountains were razed to the ground on the spot. How dare you scold me? The Vice Pavilion Master raised his eyebrows. But just as he was about to strike again, his expression was slightly stunned. Immediately after, he hurriedly waved his hand, and a drop of bright red blood rose into the air and floated in front of him. This was the blood that Qin Feiyang spat out before. Shouldn't it be purple gold dragon blood? But why is it ordinary blood? The Vice Pavilion Master was dumbfounded. Not only was it the same as ordinary blood, but there was not even a trace of dragon power. What was going on? Lord Vice Pavilion Master, where is Qin Feiyang? A group of people flew over and surrounded the Vice Pavilion Master, asking angrily. Below. The Vice Pavilion Master pointed to the ground below, but his eyes were fixed on the drop of blood. Quickly go down and drag him out. Everyone immediately rushed down. Wang Yun looked at the ground below, then looked at the blood in front of the Vice Pavilion Master, and asked suspiciously, "Lord Vice Pavilion Master, why are you staring at this blood?" The Vice Pavilion Master came back to his senses, turned to look at Wang Yun, and asked, "You seem to be called Wang Yun, right?" Wang Yun hurriedly nodded. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion actually knew her name. She was really flattered. "I've heard from Shengguan Fenglan that you're ambitious and responsible. You're quite capable." The Vice Pavilion Master laughed. No. It's all because of the Palace Master's leadership." Wang Yun hurriedly waved her hand. The Vice Pavilion Master said, "Shengguan Fenglan can be considered to be your confidant. You should know a lot of things, right?" This, Wang Yun could not help but be vigilant. Was he asking about the Palace Master's privacy? Don't misunderstand. I just want to ask you, is Qin Feiyang's bloodline power purple gold dragon blood? The Vice Pavilion Master said. So that's it. Wang Yun heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. I heard from the Palace Master that it's purple gold dragon blood. Are you sure? The Vice Pavilion Master asked. Yes. When he was dealing with Yin Hui, the Palace Master saw it with his own eyes. It's definitely not fake. Wang Yun said. Since it's purple gold dragon blood, then why is his blood the same as ours now? The Vice Pavilion Master looked at the blood floating in the void again. Same? Wang Yun was stunned and immediately looked at the drop of blood and said in surprise, "Could this be? That's right. This is Qin Feiyang's blood." The Vice Pavilion Master nodded. That's impossible. What the Palace Master saw back then was purple gold dragon blood. I heard that Yin Hui and Elder Yun also know about it. Wang Yun said. This is really strange. It's impossible for the bloodline power to change. Could it be that the Qin Feiyang we see now is not the real Qin Feiyang? The Vice Pavilion Master was surprised. Not the real Qin Feiyang? Lord, do you mean that he's being impersonated? Wang Yun said. The Vice Pavilion Master trembled and looked down. Vice Pavilion Master, he's gone. We've searched the surroundings, but we can't find Qin Feiyang. The people below looked up at the Vice Pavilion Master and said, He's gone? The Vice Pavilion Master was stunned, and he immediately released his divine sense and looked down. As expected, he didn't find Qin Feiyang. This isn't a small matter. If someone is really impersonating Qin Feiyang, then they might be plotting something. Vice Pavilion Master, I have to report this matter to the Palace Master immediately, so I'll take my leave first. Wang Yun bowed. All right. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded. Enforcers of Nine Heaven Palace, come back with me. Wang Yun shouted coldly and flew back to Sky Dragon City like lightning. Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that something big has happened? The rest of the enforcers looked at each other, and with a belly full of doubts, they hurriedly followed. The Vice Pavilion Master raised his eyebrows, and with a flash, disappeared without a trace. What's going on? We haven't found him yet. Why did they all leave? What should we do? Continue to search, this arrogant and condescending scum. We must find him. The anger in everyone's heart couldn't be extinguished. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he had already fled to the seaside of Sky Dragon Sea and met up with Hui. Why are you in such a sorry state? Hui looked at Qin Feiyang, who was dripping with blood, in astonishment. It's all because of your rotten idea. If I didn't have the concealment art and the divine moon jade pendant, I would have been cut into pieces by now. Qin Feiyang glared at Hui snappily, and then lowered his head to look at his mangled chest, feeling extremely annoyed in his heart. This Vice Pavilion Master was really ruthless. He had almost taken his life. Hui couldn't help but laugh and asked, Does that mean our plan was very successful? Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered with him, took out a life pill and threw it into his mouth. Buzz. At this time, the image crystal moved. Qin Feiyang was startled, took out the image crystal, and a shadow quickly appeared. It was the Vice Pavilion Master. The Vice Pavilion Master stood on top of a mountain peak, with a faint smile on his old face, and teased, Quite nimble, escaping in the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang was speechless. If I wasn't nimble, I would have lost my life. The Vice Pavilion Master frowned and said, "So, that person just now was really you? If it wasn't me, then who was it? Look, the wound is still there." Qin Feiyang said in annoyance. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at the wound on Qin Feiyang's chest and frowned. "Then your bloodline power, how can it be ordinary blood?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, looked down at the bloodstains on his body, and suddenly said, "You sent a message because of this?" This old man thought someone was impersonating you. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded. Blame me. No prophet will tell you about this." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the change in the bloodline power would cause such a big misunderstanding. Boom. At this time, another terrifying aura descended. "For you, how dare you impersonate Qin Feiyang and Hui?" Accompanied by a bone-chilling shout, Shangguan Fenglan descended above Qin Feiyang and Hui. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked up at Shangguan Fenglan with astonishment. Did Shangguan Fenglan also misunderstand? "Say it." Shangguan Fenglan shouted. She looked like she was ready to fight at any moment. Calm down. We are all in person, and we will compensate 10 times if it is fake." The two hurriedly said. Shangguan Fenglan frowned, and finally saw the Vice Pavilion Master's shadow, and said, "It seems that the Vice Pavilion Master is also distinguishing between the real and the fake. One is purple gold dragon blood, and the other is ordinary blood. This will inevitably make people suspicious." The Vice Pavilion Master laughed. "I received Wang Yun's message on the way, and I immediately came here to check." After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui and said, "What is going on?" Since the Vice Pavilion Master could send a message to Qin Feiyang, it meant that the identity of Qin Feiyang and Hui was indeed not a problem, because the image crystal could only be opened by the owner. But why did the purple gold dragon blood become an ordinary bloodline power? Chapter 2239. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "It's because of the ancestor." Ancestor? The Vice Pavilion Master and Shangguan Fenglan were stunned. They asked in unison, "Are you talking about Qin Batian?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You've seen him?" "We were able to escape from the deepest part because of the ancestor's help." Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation at that time. "So that's how it is." Shangguan Fenglan and the Vice Pavilion Master were enlightened. The Vice Pavilion Master smiled and said, "I'm sorry for making such a big mistake." Shangguan Fenglan also looked apologetic. "It's okay. You're just concerned about me." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Since your bloodline power has been concealed, as long as you change your appearance now, the dragons won't be able to find you, right?" Shangguan Fenglan said. "After dealing with the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan, I'll prepare to disappear." Qin Feiyang said. "Then where do you plan to go?" The Vice Pavilion Master asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'll go to Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wasteland to find people. I'll have to rely on you then." "Rely on us?" The Vice Pavilion Master and Shangguan Fenglan looked at each other, a trace of doubt in their eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "As long as you have a teleportation altar that directly leads to these 3 regions." "So that's what you're thinking?" Shangguan Fenglan nodded and said, "But there are too many people in Nine Heaven Palace. I'm afraid it's not appropriate." The teleportation altar of Nine Heaven Palace was on the square above the stairway to heaven. There were many people coming and going. Moreover, activating the altar would cause a huge commotion and would definitely alarm others. The Vice Pavilion Master said, "It's indeed not appropriate to go to Nine Heaven Palace. Come find me when the time comes. I'll send you there." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other and hurriedly cupped their hands to thank him. Once this Vice Pavilion Master opened his mouth, he would be doing them a huge favor. The Vice Pavilion Master asked, "Are you really confident in dealing with the ancestral dragon? Even if he has a heaven-defying divine artifact, he still has to die." Qin Feiyang said. "All right. Then this old man will wait for your good news." The Vice Pavilion Master laughed in a hoarse voice. After the shadow of the Deputy Pavilion Master dissipated, Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan and asked, "Is your sister all right? If it were you, would you be able to handle it?" Shangguan Fenglan rolled his eyes at him. "How can you blame me? It was your and Hui Yi's idea," Qin Feiyang said. "I didn't say I was blaming you. Although she is very sad now, at least we have achieved our goal. Also, you'd better not stay here, because a lot of people are looking for you right now. It's inevitable that they'll come here," Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "All right, then let's go to Turtle King Island. Anyway, Turtle King Island is the only way to the northern region. Then you guys be careful. After all, it's the ancestral dragon. We can't be careless," Shangguan Fenglan said. "I know," Qin Feiyang replied. Speaking of Turtle King Island, he thought of Madman and asked, "How is Madman recently?" "Ever since you left the Nine Heavens Palace, he has been in seclusion. Now that he's not causing trouble, I'm still not used to it," Shangguan Fenglan laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "What about Long Tianyu?" "He's fine too," Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing and trembling sound came from Shangguan Fenglan's arms. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and took out the image crystal. An illusory figure quickly condensed into form. It was the Grand Elder. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Shangguan Fenglan bowed. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other and hurriedly bowed to the Grand Elder. "You guys are here too." The Grand Elder looked at the two and smiled. The two nodded. But the Grand Elder ignored the two of them. His face darkened slightly as he looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "Go to the Divine Palace immediately." "Go to the Divine Palace?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Just now, there was news from the Divine Palace that an old man broke into the Divine Palace with a girl and stole hundreds of billions of soul stones from us. The Grand Elder said in a deep voice. What? Shangguan Fenglan was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang and Hui also looked at each other. They broke into the Divine Palace and stole hundreds of billions of soul stones. Who had the guts to do so? Who had the ability to do so? The Grand Elder looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "This old man is not joking. Let's go and take a look immediately." Shangguan Fenglan nodded and turned off the image crystal. She said a few words to Qin Feiyang and Hui, then opened an altar and quickly left. "Brother Hua, are you sure the Grand Elder is not joking?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Hui was speechless. How could the Grand Elder joke about this kind of thing? Then, Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with disbelief. One had to know. This Divine Palace was the secret base of Empyrean Palace. Only disciples who had reached the level of Paragon God were qualified to enter the Divine Palace. One could imagine how terrifying the Divine Palace's foundation was. But now, someone actually ran to the Divine Palace and stole hundreds of billions of soul stones? And it was only one old and one young. If this was true, then how terrifying was the strength of this old and young man? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Where is the Divine Palace?" There were many rumors about the Divine Palace in Empyrean Palace and Nine Dragon City. Some said that the Divine Palace was in the Sky Dragon Sea. Some said that the Divine Palace was in other forbidden areas. Some said that the Divine Palace was hidden in a remote corner of the northern region. In short, there were different opinions. But there weren't many people who really knew. However, as the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, Hui should know the exact location of the Divine Palace. Hui pondered for a while, shook his head and said, "To be honest, I really don't know the location of the Divine Palace." "Trying to trick me again? Don't forget, you were the one who told me about the existence of the Divine Palace," Qin Feiyang said. "Is that so? Why don't I remember?" Hui laughed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He remembered clearly that when he entered the St. Peak, Hui had mentioned the Divine Palace. But he didn't force it. Because of Hui Yi's personality, he had a rough idea. If he didn't want to say something, even if there was a knife on his neck, it would be useless. Putting down the doubts in his heart, Qin Feiyang set off and flew towards Turtle King Island. Dealing with the ancestral dragon was the top priority. Turtle King Island. It was as calm as ever. Although Madman hadn't been here for a long time, the nearby sea beasts still regarded this place as a forbidden area and didn't dare to set foot on it. Qin Feiyang stood above Turtle King Island and scanned the surrounding sea. After a while, he turned to look at Hui Yi and said, "I don't know when they will arrive. Why don't you guard outside while I go to the castle to cultivate?" "Why don't I go cultivate while you guard outside?" Hui Yi said in dissatisfaction. "You have such a strong cultivation base, yet you still need to cultivate?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, ignored him, and went straight into the castle. The originally empty hall was now neatly arranged with a coffee table, tables, chairs, and so on. And it was spotless. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Fire Lotus, who was squatting on the ground and wiping the coffee table, and said with a smile, "You're quite fast. This is just a simple fiddle." Fire Lotus stood up and smiled. "A table and a coffee table are enough," Qin Feiyang said. "Not enough, not enough. Since it's a home, then it must be properly arranged. Send me to the Black Tortoise world now. I'll go buy some things, such as bookshelves, desks, carpets, potted plants, and decorations on the wall," Fire Lotus said. "Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "Of course there is. In short, don't worry about it. Just leave these trivial matters to me," Fire Lotus said. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he noticed that there was an additional name on the doors of the 3 cultivation rooms on the left side of the hall. The first cultivation room was his name, Qin Feiyang. The name of the second cultivation room was ingrained with the words, "Ingrate." The third cultivation room was the name of the Fire Lotus. "You are," Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "This is the white-eyed wolf's idea. It said that since there are extra rooms now, there is no need to squeeze together. Everyone can have one room. Let me think about it. It makes sense. That's why we wrote our names." Fire Lotus smiled. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then send it to the Black Tortoise world," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Fire Lotus disappeared. "I'm really bored." Subsequently, Qin Feiyang shook his head and entered the cultivation room. There were no changes in this room. The altar, iron box, pill scripture, pill furnace, and pill fire were all in their original positions. "1 day is equivalent to 10 years. I have to hurry up and cultivate," Qin Feiyang muttered. He took out a large pile of soul stones and sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to refine them. Chapter 2240. In the blink of an eye. Outside, half a year had passed. Half a year, 180 days. Inside the castle, 1,800 years had passed. Qin Feiyang had already calculated the time needed to break through from the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm to the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm. After breaking through to the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm, he could refine about 500 soul stones a day. And from the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm to the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm, he had to refine 1 billion soul stones. 1 billion divided by 500 was 2 million. Then converted into years, it was 5,480 years. In other words, if it was outside, Qin Feiyang would need more than 5,000 years to break through to the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm. But if it was calculated according to the time in the castle, 1 day was 10 years, 10 days was 100 years, 100 days was 1,000 years. 5,480 years meant that he only needed 548 days. It was about a year and 5 months. In a year and 5 months, he could break through from the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm to the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm. And now, he had been in seclusion for 6 months. In other words, now he only needed another 11 months of seclusion to step into the initial stage of the Divine Lord Realm. Even he himself felt that this speed was unbelievable, let alone others. During this period, Fire Lotus had also completely decorated the castle. The originally pitch-black castle had now become luxurious and majestic. There was a furry carpet on the ground. On the walls and stone pillars, there were all kinds of decorations and portraits hanging. In the corner of the hall, the stairs, and the corridor on the second floor, There were exquisite potted plants. There were lush green trees. There were colorful flowers. Even in the cultivation rooms, Fire Lotus had placed exquisite beds, desks, bookshelves, and so on. And whether it was the hall or the rooms, there were milky white gems hanging. Like lights, they lit up the entire castle. In Fire Lotus's words, although cultivators didn't need to sleep, they still needed to rest occasionally. Moreover, with these things, it was like a complete home. In Qin Feiyang's room, Fire Lotus had meticulously decorated it. The floor was covered with a snow-white carpet. On the left, there was a desk, bookshelf, and chair neatly placed. On the table, there were a few small potted plants with beautiful flowers. On the most eye-catching wall hung 8 portraits. They were Emperor Qin, Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, Mermaid Princess, Tantai Li, and Qin Feiyang's grandfather Lu Yun and his parents. These portraits were all drawn by Fire Lotus herself. Everyone's expressions were drawn vividly, as if they were real people. From this, it could be seen that Fire Lotus had put in a lot of effort. Roar! It was also this morning. The roars of beasts came from the distant sea, breaking the silence. Qin Feiyang, something's wrong. Hui Yi's voice also transmitted into the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang immediately opened his eyes. 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes. Then he got up and looked at the desk and bed. Then he looked at the portrait on the wall. He couldn't help but smile. What an adorable girl! Muttering to himself, Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle and appeared beside Hui. Look! Hui pointed to the sea in front. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that the sea in front of him was full of rolling waves, covering the sky and the sun. In the waves, the roars of beasts were endless. It was unknown how many sea beasts were rushing over here. This is a beast tide? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. It's a beast tide. But as far as I know, there has never been a beast tide at the edge of the Sky Dragon Sea. Hui said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Dragons? Hui said in a deep voice. Dragons? Qin Feiyang whispered. Although we expected that the dragons would search the Sky Dragon Sea, we didn't expect that the dragons could command these sea beasts. Hui said. Qin Feiyang said, You mean the ancestral dragon ordered the sea beasts of the Sky Dragon Sea to help find us? It must be so. Otherwise, how could the dragons come here so quickly? Hui said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, We haven't sensed the aura of the divine dragon yet, don't rush to a conclusion. Hui nodded. The two stared at the sea in front of them without blinking. The beast tide was getting closer and closer to Turtle King Island. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying dragon aura surged from the back of the beast horde. It's dragon might. Hui Yi's gaze trembled. They were no stranger to this dragon might. It was the dragon might of the ancestral dragon. It's really him. Qin Feiyang muttered. There were countless sea beasts in the Sky Dragon Sea. Asking them to help would naturally save a lot of time. This ancestral dragon was also smart. Boom. Crack. The beast tide had already entered Turtle King Island. Where it was, huge waves rolled and the island sunk. This was a disaster. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be if this beast tide entered the north region. Get ready. Hui took a deep breath and said. Qin Feiyang nodded, his figure flashed, and disappeared without a trace. Dragons? Hui murmured. In his eyes, a strong cold light burst out. An aura burst out from his body. No one can pass through this place. With a low roar, flames emerged and swept across the sky in an instant, carrying a destructive aura, pouncing towards the beast tide in front. It's him. He is one of the people that the dragons are looking for. The beast tide was in an uproar. Yes, I am the person that the dragons are looking for. Hui smiled coldly, and the flames formed by divine power covered the sky and earth, instantly obliterating a large number of sea beasts. The sea suddenly turned blood red. What? So strong. Quickly retreat. Seeing this, the sea beasts behind hurriedly turned around and fled in horror. What a bunch of useless trash. But at this time, accompanied by a cold snort, a burly man stepped on the waves and entered Hui Yi's line of sight. He was the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan. It was still the same as last time, arrogant, overbearing, and supercilious. Hui Yi's pupils contracted. "Where's Qin Feiyang?" Ancestral Dragon spoke as he walked towards Hui Yi step by step, looking at him as if he was looking at an ant. Hui Yi's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, "If I say that Qin Feiyang is dead, would you believe me?" The Ancestral Dragon was stunned. Immediately after, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, as long as he is in the northern region, he can't escape from this lord's palm. But you are somewhat beyond this lord's expectations. You actually have a half-step immortal realm cultivation. You shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Tell this lord, who are you?" Ancestral Dragon looked at Hui Yi arrogantly. "What if I don't say it?" Hui Yi joked. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. After killing you and reading your memories, I will naturally know your identity. You better pray that it has nothing to do with the Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion, otherwise even the Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion will be destroyed today because of you." Ancestral Dragon laughed coldly. Although he didn't come to the northern region often, he knew the general situation of the northern region, Eastern Tomb, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness. Only super forces like the Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion had half-step immortal realm experts. Therefore, he suspected that Hui Yi was from the Treasure Pavilion or the Nine Heavens Palace. Destroyed? Hui Yi was slightly taken aback and sneered, "I think the one who will be destroyed today is not the Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion, but you. You still dare to be arrogant when you are about to die? Do you think that Qin Batian will come to save you today? Die for this lord." Ancestral Dragon took a step forward, and the void instantly shattered. His terrifying aura was earth-shattering, and the Turtle King Island below was instantly turned into ashes. "I have long wanted to experience the strength of the Fire Dragon clan's ancestral dragon." Hui Yi sneered, and his aura surged out as he pounced towards Ancestral Dragon. Boom! The two auras collided. Hui Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the sea below like a meteor. "A mere half-step immortal realm expert dares to fight with this lord? You are truly foolish." Ancestral Dragon's eyes were full of contempt. Boom! But before his voice faded, a monstrous flame rushed out of the sea and instantly drowned Ancestral Dragon. Immediately after, Hui Yi rushed out of the sea, and his divine power surged, condensing into a fiery red giant sword. The giant sword was thousands of feet long, and waves of fire surged, its sharpness peerless. Following Hui Yi's roar, the giant sword tore through the sky and slashed towards Ancestral Dragon. However, Ancestral Dragon only raised his arm and caught the giant sword. The giant sword could no longer descend, and it stopped in the void. Moreover, the flames that drowned him did not cause him the slightest bit of harm. An ant will always be an ant. You will never understand the power of this lord's realm. Ancestral Dragon grabbed the giant sword, and his face was full of contempt. His voice faded. His 5 fingers slightly exerted force, and the giant sword, accompanied by a loud clang, shattered into pieces. Hui Yi spat out again, and his eyes were full of shock. This Ancestral Dragon's strength was too terrifying, and it was completely crushing. "Qin Feiyang, are you done? I can't hold on any longer." Hui Yi roared anxiously. He had never thought of defeating Ancestral Dragon, and was purely stalling for time.